Welcome to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. The election in the air. The Gleaner is telling us that tensions rise as political squabbles increase as election nears. And some people are asking, why should this be so? Why should we, why should Sister P drag this thing out anymore? Given that God has decided that she is to be the Prime Minister. The whole matter has been taken out of the hands of the Jamaican people. So what they do does not matter. There's no need for any campaigning, therefore. All she has to do is go through the motions of a poll, and she will be returned as Prime Minister according to her prophets. And as I was saying yesterday, it bears repeating in my view. If she believes what the prophets have been saying, and what she has herself, to a certain degree, I mean, she did say shortly after she was appointed that it was God who had determined her appointment. And there's been a lot of publicity given to what the prophets have said, and one prophet is now a Gleaner columnist, and all this kind of thing. So why not go forward to the election and escape as much of the violence as possible? But on the other hand, you know, this violence, this political violence has to be dealt with, you know. What we need is, but you see, what we need is contrary to what is in the interest of politics as seen by our current, certainly by the dominant set of politicians. We should not be fighting and chopping up and shooting each other to determine which party will govern Jamaica for the next 5 years. It shouldn't be on that basis. It should be, first of all, we all have an interest in preserving Jamaican democracy. We all have an interest in preserving the sovereignty of the Jamaican people. Not any particular set, but of the Jamaican people as a whole. And we need all to participate in the process of electing a government. And you know, we should not be allowing that process to make enemies one of another. We all have to live here. This is our country. And what is of importance to every one of us is not the good of the PNP or the good of the Labour Party, but the good of Jamaica. If things go well for Jamaica, then to that extent we will all be better off. We cannot say that of things going well for the PNP or for the Labour Party. Things can go well for the PNP. They can live prosperously and enjoy themselves and travel the world over and whatever, and leave the majority of us paupers, unable to feed ourselves. But if things go well for Jamaica, and if we choose a political party, not on the basis of shirt color or the fact that we hope to get a little something out of it, you know. If we choose on the basis of what is good for Jamaica, then the first thing that we will understand is that there is no real reason, no good can come of making enemies of Jamaicans. So why go killing other people for partisan reasons? It's not at all desirable. It is destroying the Jamaica that we are all of us depending upon. And, you know, this agreement that has been arrived at between the parties about not putting up flags and all this kind of thing, it's a load of rubbish, you know. What has been said, the reason given for that is that it will encourage violence. That's damn nonsense. What we need to encourage is a situation in which seeing a man in a red shirt or a green shirt, or seeing a red flag or a green flag over somebody's house, is not going to lead to violence. Why should it? It is a barbarous thing. And totally unintelligent. Driven by idiocy rather than by intelligence. And that is what we need to do. Put up all the flags you want. Feel free. Right? But that is not a reason for burning down your house or shooting you or anything of the kind. That's rubbish. And we've been going on with this nonsense of political violence over many, many years. What has it brought us? 61% of the people polled, according to Don Anderson, 61% of the people think that the country is going in the wrong direction. After all of this violence and striving and killing and whatever, country is going in the wrong direction. But of course, 59% think that the government is doing a good job. Let me tell you something. That's the greatest insult to the Jamaican people. Right? What that poll result is saying is that you are all a set of damned idiots. Your country is going in the wrong direction, but you think nonetheless that the government is doing a good job. And Mr. Don Anderson, in my view, has some explaining to do, you know. The 61% think the country is going in a wrong direction. 55% think the government is doing a good job, but only 29%, is it? Only 29% is prepared to vote for the government. Now, first question. If the country is going in the wrong direction, how can the government be doing a good job when it is the government that is the bus driver? If the bus is going in the wrong direction, how can the driver be doing a good job? Right? A. B. If you think that the government is doing a good job, then why not vote for the government that you think is doing a good job? How is it that 55% think the government is doing a good job and only something like 29% are prepared to vote for the government? I don't understand those polls. They're full of nonsense. Anyway, let's try and let's try and get some of the violence out of our lives now. The Sister P was on television again last night, or on a platform in St. Anne, raging and going on about the media. She doesn't like what the media is reporting about her, or the media are reporting about her and her campaigning and whatever. She started out by, earlier on, a few days ago, in being very critical and in a dangerous way about the media, because, media reporters going among that crowd of PNP people, who are told by their leader that they are, working some kind of malicious mischief against the party, may well have suffered very serious consequences as a result. Now she seems to be trying to modify that. She's saying that the reporters, the ones who are out there with their cameras and their tape recorders and whatever, they are doing a good job. They are fine, wonderful. It's the ones who are back in the newsrooms, who are determining what is to happen, what happens, what is actually published, and they are the ones who are twisting the stories and doing harm, I suppose, to the party. We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is 10:15.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car. Definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, tuned to the experts.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Thursday, June 21, between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. in the following areas of St. Anne: Aboukir, Alva, Alexandria, Borough Bridge, Brownstown, Cardiff Hall, Cave Valley, Corner Shop, Inverness, Coffee Bridge, Mount Edgecombe, Murray Mountain, Wild Cane, Thatch Walk, Water Valley, Inn and Town, Bamboo, Tri-C, Huntley, Lydale, Keith, Queen Hythe, Friendship, Mount Zion, 9 Miles, and Johns Hall. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
It's biggest motor racing thriller, Sunday, June 24 at Dover Raceway. Come see the second leg of the Cable and Wireless Online 2007 Speed Part 2 Motor Racing Series in its splendor. There will be several A-class drivers behind the wheels of their race cars, dicing around the 12th corner Caribbean Premier Racetrack, vying for championship points as their fans cheer them on. Will David Somerville Jr. and Peter Ray be able to clip the wings of the ever-fast Doug Gore? Be at Dover Raceway Sunday, June 24, 2007.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Yes, I'm not quite sure what it is that the Prime Minister is criticizing the media about. It seems to me that it could well be said that she is getting far more favorable treatment from the media than she really deserves. Given the way that she's behaving on political platforms, which is most un-prime ministerial. I suppose the only place where it comes out is now and then in the cartoons. But somebody should take her quietly one side and give her a little talk. I don't think it does anything for this country to have a Prime Minister behaving as she does on the platform, screaming her head off and talking a lot of rot. I don't think it's good for the country. Not good for her image either. Right? The country needs better than that, and to have that coming out of our first female Prime Minister, I don't think is something for any woman to be proud of. Anyway, maybe I'll hear that I am one of them who are, whatever. Okay, shall we go to our telephone callers? Oh, incidentally, a story I heard. This morning. At the intersection of Derrymore Road and Eastwood Park Road. I gathered that there is almost every day there's some police there, traffic police, stopping cars, checking them, this, that, the other, and so on, seizing them. And there are two wreckers constantly parked there. As long as the police are there, they are there, except when they're moving away some car to the pound, some vehicle. They park on the sidewalk, so the pedestrians have to come down into the road. And they obstruct the vision of drivers coming out of Derrymore Road onto Eastwood Park Road. And, but the police say nothing about it, do nothing about it. And that is constantly there. 2 records parked. Right? Good business. I don't know where this country has going. It's very, very sad what is happening. You cannot uphold the law in that sort of way. Doesn't look good. Anyway, hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Good morning to you, ma'am.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I say, the Prime Minister to try to call the election early as possible.
Uh-huh.
Because people not settled. They're killing each other. The hatred
Well,
and everything.
it isn't quite as bad as that, is it?
Huh?
I mean, it isn't quite as bad. There have been worse election campaign periods, haven't there? Eh?
So what?
I said, what has up to now happened is not by any means as bad as has happened in the past.
No.
But we don't want it to get to that, do we?
No, we don't want it to.
Yes.
And the earliest you can call it. And I don't, Mr. Perkins,
Uh-huh.
I don't support this color for one party and color for the other because people identify people and it causes hatred among some people.
But why? Why should it cause hatred?
No, but since we are like that, we're kind of literate.
No, but we cannot accept that, ma'am. We have to do something about it. We have to change it.
This campaigning, too much barricade with them up on bus stop and
Yes,
wind
but
and all that.
hold on a moment.
I don't support that.
Hold on a little bit.
Huh?
It is one thing for one to be enthusiastic about the party that one
Yes,
supports.
but not the way they're doing it.
Right? It is another thing entirely for one to object to somebody else supporting some other party.
Yes.
Right? You have a right.
Yes, you have a right.
Hold on. You have a right
Huh?
to think for yourself. Right? And to do what you consider right. Provided that it is not breaking any law or harming anybody
but
else.
you see, some people is upset if they see me with a green shirt.
Yes.
And you understand what I mean?
But if I want to wear a green shirt,
yes,
as I happen to be,
cause anything.
as I
but
happen
it's
to be
not
wearing
so it
now,
go.
but I was wearing a red one yesterday.
Yes, but it's not
Right.
so it go, Mr. Perkins. So since you see the people, we kind of little, some of us is a bit backward and
Or the day
primitive.
before.
You see?
But the thing is this, that persons should be free
Yes, we
to
should.
wear whatever shirt or blouse they
Yes.
want to wear. That is their business, not mine.
No.
Right? So why should I want to be violent, to use violence against somebody who is wearing some color shirt, whatever it is?
No,
That's
it
his
shouldn't be
business.
like that. You should be able to wear what you want, but because
Absolutely.
of some illiteracy in some people.
And if that means
Yes.
that you support a particular
Yes.
party, right? Why should I want to kill you?
No, you shouldn't.
Because you support a party that I don't
that
support.
is wrong.
Huh?
You see? But you still have to be careful according
It is
to
not
the
only
society.
wrong. It is not, hold on, Mom. It is not just wrong. It is imbecilic,
Yes, that's what I say.
idiotic.
But I live in England and when election, you don't know, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
You only get a paper. And everybody's about their business and go and vote. And I don't see no big campaign there nor anything, Mr.
Yes.
Perkins. I
Uh-huh.
don't know if you say it has to go. Because in England, you're just quiet and you go about your business.
Yes.
And you go and vote and nobody telling you who to vote for. Nobody discuss about nothing.
Uh-huh.
But just go and vote quietly and intelligently and go on about your
Uh-huh.
business. So
But
I
you
don't
know, Mom, what an election should be about is the policies that the programs that the government in office has put into place in the time that it has been there, how well it has served the country,
Yes.
right? And whether those policies are taking us in the right direction or whether there is need for change, and whether what the opposition is coming with promises better than the government has delivered, right? That is what the election should be about.
Yes.
Right?
But it's sad.
Not about flag and whatever.
Yes, it's sad though, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
And the need to, any government that take over this country, if they don't decide to spend money on a good educate and educate
that is
everybody properly and with discipline and
absolutely
good manners
I'm with you on
how to socialize.
Mr.
Perkins, we're not going to make it.
Yes.
Whatever else we're going to do, going to sing.
Yes. Well, you know, I tell you something. I must join in the criticism of the media in this country.
Yeah.
Right? Because media should be among the educational institutions in a sort of way, right? They should be providing people with the information, right? And they, sorry, I beg your pardon, and the guidance,
of course.
Right? Which will encourage them to think.
Think for themselves.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, when media encourages the notion that there is something wrong with people sticking up flags or whatever.
All those stupidness.
Right? I mean, this is only encouraging. That in order, I mean, we mustn't do things which will cause people to react violently.
Yes.
Why should people react violently if I want to put a flag on my house?
Flag or do anything.
Right?
Because with illiteracy, mister.
But it's not just illiteracy. People don't have to be stupid because they're illiterate, you know.
No.
Right?
But they can't think either to know that it's not right.
Well,
they can't think.
But you hold on just a moment for me.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
And now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure system across the central Caribbean. Today will be partly cloudy, especially during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Friday afternoon, look for isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Grease stains are some of the most difficult stains to remove. Introducing Ariel Oxyazole Max with anti-grease particles. This brand new formula transforms washing water into an anti-stain solution that penetrates deep into fabrics, helping to remove grease and much more. Try it today. Ariel Oxyazole Max. Get rid of grease so you can get on with life. Ariel, washing made easy.
Keep screwworms at bay. Check your animals every day.
The National Screwworm Eradication Program, NSCP, is in the process of eradicating the screwworm from Jamaica. But we need your help. Animal owners, you must check your animals for wounds every day. You should also treat any wounds you find with the free wound powder distributed by the NSCP. For information, please contact the National Screwworm Eradication Program at 977-7554 or 977-2489.
Tasty, the original taste,
Everybody come here.
the original taste we love.
Most famous, most favorite, most water radio.
That's the taste of tasty.
Jamaica loves tasty.
Tasty loves Jamaica.
Come, savor the flavor, freshly baked.
The original taste we love. Tasty, the original taste,
Savor the flavor, freshly baked.
Tasty, the original taste, tasty. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, Mr.
Yes, I was saying, Mum, that
Yeah.
people don't have to be stupid because they're illiterate.
No, because
In fact, the people who invented literacy
yeah.
were themselves illiterate
Yes, and they had to
up to
learn
the time
too.
they did it, right?
Uh-huh. So I don't know. But people don't have a lot of them don't have any hope too. And they're just looking for the government with everything. And they have a responsibility to give people hope. They have to build up the human resources and deal with people, Mr. Perkins.
You know what is a large part of the problem, Mum?
Yeah.
That we have never had in this country, from any government that we've had, a policy of encouraging full employment.
No, never.
Of setting out to create a situation.
Yes.
As Lee Kuan Yew did in Singapore.
Yeah.
Right? Where he developed the country to the point, or brought about the development of the country to the point where he exhausted the labor force that he had.
Yeah.
Right? And had to import labor.
Yes.
Right? Now, here in Jamaica, we have never set out to do that.
No.
Right? We have always been content. We bring in a few facts. Well, let me say this, that in the 1950s to 1960s, perhaps we were headed in that direction. Right? But it didn't go far enough before Michael Manley came along and destroyed it. Right? But the thing is this, that if we could create full employment,
yes,
then people wouldn't have to be supporting party in order to get some little road work, piece of road work on the road for 2 days, right? You would have a job,
yes,
right? And you, in a place like the United States, for example, people support their parties, right? And they go to work. They go to the election booth and they vote, right? And their party either wins or loses.
Settle down.
And whichever it is, they go to work the following morning.
Yes, after.
Right?
Yes.
That is this kind of situation that we need
in England too. We've gone back to work.
Yes.
We don't have time there now. We have too much to do.
And you're not going to starve because your party did not win the election.
No.
That is what
we want
the situation
here.
that we need to bring about.
Yes.
But people are so desperate here.
And hopeless.
And yes.
Because I can give you experience yesterday with a boy. A lot of them come in the community and walk to either steal or beg.
Uh-huh.
So yesterday I was at my front of my garden, because I retired now, so I was out there and doing little things in my garden at my front. This young man come. The young man must have just reached 30 or about early 30s in his early 30s, with a little old shorts and thing, and have a black bag. So I asked him what in the black bag. And him just going around till I said, is something you're begging now? What you're begging now? Because I could realize that him begging. Him say, either a tin of sardine or money to buy a tin. So, Mr. Perkins, I went inside and my back door was open, because I have 3 back doors. I sit around my kitchen with me record player and then my radio and everything around my dining hall there. So. And you know, it seems as if when I come into the room now and flip through the gate and come round and take it away.
Take away what?
My record player.
Are you serious?
Yes. Because when I give him the money now and I say, wait.
You give him the money?
Yes,
and him
with the sardine.
Eh?
He had already taken it away but I didn't go and look. I came in for the money.
Yes.
And came out to the front door now to give him the money.
No good deed.
Yes. But it looked like while I was inside the bedroom now getting the money, he must have slipped round and found some and my door open round the back by the kitchen and when I gave him the money and came back in, I didn't see it at all on the table and I couldn't find it. And it's a big thing, it's not a small thing, so I'm gone with it. But Mr. Perkins, if you see him, you'd pity him. So I had to give him my money, you understand?
Yes.
Because I always say when they're young, they must go and work and so, but you had to pity him.
Yes.
I couldn't do without giving him either the money to go get a sardine, you understand? So he went with the money. But I don't know how he managed to come round and get it and disguise it, because it's black, you know. So maybe him disguise it with the black bag. So I mean, when I come out, I don't notice him to that. You see? I don't notice it. I just gave him the money.
Yes.
But they're smart, you know. They're skilled. So, but if him did have over that young boy, about in the early 30s, he wouldn't walking around in other people's
community. But Mom, he has been destroyed, you know.
As a human being. And I was sorry for him.
Yes.
I was very sorry for him, Mr. Perkins. So you see, that is what's happening in the country. And my friends that sit at the front too. I don't do much sitting at the front. I sit at my back with my radio and so forth. That a portrait I have. But they tell me, they pass all the time begging them. When they see them on the veranda. And you can't have 2 Julie mango at your house and we pick it and breadfruit. Anything they gone with, because he had a bag of mango. And I asked him where him get the mangoes. Him say somebody gave him, but I feel say he stole it. But I didn't say it to him because you're sorry for him, Mr. Perkins. I tell you. We're sorry for some of these people how they're going. And I don't know what's going to happen to us. Because they will be coming in and joining the rest of them.
Yes.
You understand? More will be joining him. What is out there already? You can't walk in Mapen and they don't
according to Mr. Don Anderson, 61% of the people say the country is running in the wrong direction.
But
and that seems to be consistent with what you were saying there.
You're not dealing with people's welfare and people's education and to build up people. You're going to find it like that. And more of them will be joining the heap out there.
Yes.
So we can't even, so they come and steal you and kill you and all that. You see? So I don't know, Mr. Perkins. I don't know at all.
Well,
it needs government to take up people's interest and train them and educate them and make them have hope and everything, Mr. Perkins. And this country, won't be
the country needs intelligent government, Mom.
Yes.
It has not had that for some time.
To train people.
Yes. All right?
Yes, thank you
very
talking
much.
To
All the best to you. Okay, somebody called to remind me when we were talking about the political violence, about the case of John Hearn, who got beaten at a PNP meeting conference, annual conference. John was a very close friend of Michael Manley and a supporter of the party. used to write a column in the Gleaner. And he supported the party right up to the day that they had that incident at Rima, where they went in and threw out the people. An act of, political victimization, largely. Threw them out and threw out their fridges and things like that from the windows, from the upper windows of the house onto the pavement downstairs, mashed them up completely. Poor people. And John happened to go down to Rima and witness this. And it turned him, it seemed, against the party. From thereafter, he was very critical of the government. And then, as he usually did, had done for years, he went to the party conference. And they saw that as an opportunity for giving him a sound trouncing. Hello? But, that is the spirit of party politics in Jamaica. Truth is offensive unless it supports the interests of the party. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Morning, how are you doing?
Not too bad.
Yes. I have two little points here.
Yeah.
Discuss with you.
Uh-huh.
Back to your daily comments on Mr. Finn. My
daily comments on Mr. Who?
Mr. Finn.
Mr. Who?
Finn, the prophet.
Oh, Prophet Finn.
Yeah.
I comment daily on him.
Yeah.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
I didn't realize that.
Well, your memory is not working properly if you don't realize that.
Uh-huh.
My concern is, why are you so disturbed?
Why am I so what?
Disturbed.
Who said I'm disturbed?
You are.
Why you get that impression? Disturbed about what?
To talk about Mr. Finn and his fool prophecy.
I said it's fool prophecy.
No, me say it's fool prophecy.
Oh, you say it's fool.
Of course.
Oh.
But I'm asking, why are you so disturbed about it?
I'm not disturbed about it.
I'm so concerned.
I'm not concerned.
Then why you talk about it?
Well, I'm concerned about it in the sense that I believe that there is something blasphemous about it. But
something blasphemous about what?
Well, the attempt to use God for as a device to gain political support,
You in your judgment and knowledge. You in your judgment and knowledge. Do you believe that is what is happening?
That's my view.
That's your view?
Yes.
And you believe
that's my understanding of what is happening.
And do you believe that is possible?
But apart from that, I'm not...
No, hold on. Take time. One by one. Do you say you believe that is what is happening, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm asking you, do you believe that is possible?
I mean, that it is... Whether it is possible.
I'm asking if you believe it is possible.
Of course it is possible. It is being done.
I'm asking you if
people
you
are saying
God can be used. That's what I'm asking you.
But is it not being said?
No, I'm not talking about what being said. I'm asking you, do you believe that God can be used in that sense? That's what I'm asking.
Look here. Did Sister P say that God had appointed her Prime Minister or had decided that she should be Prime Minister and that any Christian was obliged to support her because in doing so would they support going in accordance with the will of God?
Right. And I'm asking you...
Hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now
10:45. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now. Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender Body Wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston. 920-1139 or 997-1909.
And now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure system across the central Caribbean. Today will be partly cloudy, especially during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Friday afternoon, look for isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Red Hills Road, telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialist, where everyone gets a discount.
Spread out, leader, eh? Leader, I'll be leader in flavor. I know leader margarine a great taste to savor. Cooking, baking, great and bread. Leader margarine so easy to spread. Two great leaders in your kitchen today. Leader Island margarine leading the way. Cooking up light, tasting right. Vegetable premium, cholesterol free. Leader Island margarine.
Them taste good, you see.
Maximum leaders.
Versan Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocherias, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes.
Yes.
You were saying. No.
No, I was saying that clearly an attempt is being made to use the name of God in order to get votes.
So I am asking if you believe them can use the name of God to get votes. That's what I'm asking.
I think it is being done.
You think it is being done?
Yes, or has been done.
So your assessment of the Jamaican people is very low.
I don't know about that. So if people...
No, but if you think it is possible that they can use the name of God to get votes, and the people are that stupid to go by that and vote for whichever party, then that means, according to your assessment of them, you assess them very low, man.
Well, I think that there's a strong religious tradition in Jamaica, and it is being exploited. Now, how successfully it will be done is another matter. I don't know.
Well, let me tell you this. I think it's time enough now for you, for all of us, not you alone, wait and see whether that prophecy will come true or not. I think that's what the owner should be waiting and seeing and not be commenting on it every day.
No. I don't think that, well, I don't know. I think that people need to be informed.
But they are informed already, whole Jamaica hear that?
I don't know, sir. I really do not know.
Oh.
Right?
Who you think, about what percentage of Jamaican population?
Hold on, sir. If that is the way that you feel about it, don't come talking about it. Right?
No, but I am trying to tell you.
You're trying to prevent me talking about it.
No, not prevent you.
You are talking about it.
Makes no sense.
But you're trying to prevent me talking about it?
No, I am trying to show you.
Well, if you think that it makes no sense, sir,
talk about something different.
That is your opinion. You're entitled
talk
to
about
it.
something different.
Okay.
You can't come with that. Yes, me not finish. There one more point.
Yes.
Next point. You are Mr. Hernandez now. What? I don't understand you. Why you think it is incredible for him to have a finding of 61%?
For him to have a what?
A finding of 61%, seeing that the government is going the country, not the government, because that's one everything. They didn't say the government is going the wrong direction. They said the country is going the wrong direction. You must understand that the country does not consist of government alone. So there must be other elements in the country, away from the governmental elements, that can assist, can be a part of why the country is going in the wrong direction. Not only governmental elements, other elements are there. So why you see it's an incredible thing from the finding that 61% of the people see the country is going in the wrong direction, but the government are 55% of them is the
who is it?
Why you see this?
Who is it that provides leadership to the country?
Yes, we know that.
I'm asking you.
We agree with that. Eh?
I'm asking you.
Come again.
Who is it that provides leadership to the country?
The government.
The government.
Yes.
And the government is providing leadership that is taking the country in the wrong direction. But the government is doing a good job.
But the people did not say the color. What I'm saying to you. This is what I am saying to you. My understanding is that the question is that the people did not say the government. Listen carefully. The people said the country is going in the wrong direction.
Yes, but if the government...
And I am saying to you that the government is not the only element in the country.
If the government is the bus driver driving the bus, and the bus is going in the wrong direction, then whose fault is that? How can the government be...
Listen, I understand your point, but the point I'm making is not the government alone is the only element, is the only of total responsibility.
That is not...
You have private sector, you have NGO, you have all diverse kinds of other elements.
Of all those elements, hold on, sir. No, I'm going to say something now. Of all those elements, which is the one that exercises the greatest amount of power?
Based on those other elements that are there, then the people can assess, based on what they are projecting, what they are doing, can enhance the country going in the wrong direction, and not necessarily the government itself. Possibly can. So there's a possibility that those are the elements that makes up that help to see the country in the wrong direction.
No, sir.
So it could
the government has the responsibility.
We know that. Don't go over that anymore. We know that.
The government has the responsibility.
We know that, Mutty.
Hold on now. Only you want my talk? The government has the responsibility of maintaining law and order.
Correctly.
That is not being done.
Right. I agree.
The government has the responsibility of maintaining
law and order.
I have said that one already.
Okay.
The government has the responsibility of providing and maintaining public facilities.
Right.
That is not being done. The roads of this country...
Not what is required.
The roads of this country are an appalling mess.
Yes.
The school system is in a mess.
Yes.
The hospital system is in a mess.
Yes.
Right?
But
the government... Hold on. The government has the responsibility of encouraging economic development.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And the provision of opportunity for the people.
Yes.
In terms of employment, etc.
Yes.
That is not being done.
I'm asking you now.
Right? Hold on a minute.
Oh, you want to answer?
But I'm not finished yet. I'm not finished yet. Right?
You're not giving me
the government has the responsibility of protecting the civil the human rights of the Jamaican people. Right?
Yeah.
That is not being done. The human rights of the Jamaican people are being daily violated in the most flagrant manner.
Yes.
And the government is doing nothing about it.
No, at my time, no.
Right?
All the things.
And would you agree with all of those?
I'm responding. All of what you have said, I agree.
You agree with all of that?
Well, no,
but the government,
you can wait for me.
But the government is still doing a good job.
Wait for me, man. Wait for me. Hold on. Will you let me say?
Yes, sir.
All you say is right, but what I'm saying, all the things you mentioned is that none of the things that you mentioned is where nothing has been done. Something has been done, but it's not done to what is required.
What has been done, sir?
In every area that you touched, things have been done, but not to what has been required.
Like what?
Government of hospital provide for people in a
government of hospital?
Right.
With cockroach crawling over the patient.
But I am saying it has not been done. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
The government didn't set up Kingston Public Hospital.
But the point, Mutty, is that you must understand that it is not that they are not doing anything.
The government did not set up. The government
you must say they are not doing enough.
The government did not set up the Kingston.
They are not doing enough in none of the areas.
The government did not set up the Kingston Public Hospital. It made no contribution to the existence of that hospital. What it has made contribution to is the existence of cockroaches crawling all over the hospital.
I am saying to you that they are not doing enough to prevent that. It's not that they are not doing nothing, but that they are not doing enough.
Anyway, sir.
All right, you understand that?
The question is, not whether the government is doing anything. The question is whether the government is doing a good job. That was the question.
Yes, that was the question.
Yes.
I agree.
And 55% said,
according to
yes,
the
the government is doing a good job.
In their opinion.
Although the country is going in the wrong direction.
Hold on. Mutty. According to the analysis he got, do you think it is his one view, or that is what the people say? Which of which?
I beg your pardon?
Do you believe that the response that he got, he got it from his own head, or he get the response, he got it based on what the people say?
I do not know, sir, and I suspect that you are in no position. You are in no position.
Neither do I.
To know the answer to that question.
Neither do you.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
So you have to understand that you cannot, the way you are putting it.
I am not prepared to assume
you are not
that the people are that stupid.
Huh?
I say I'm not prepared to assume that the people are that stupid.
But you've already declared them very stupid already.
No, I have not done any such thing.
You have done that, Mutty.
No, I have not.
You have assessed the Jamaican people at the lowest end.
No, sir.
Yes,
I have not done that.
You have been doing that daily.
Tell me what did I say? What did I say?
What did you say?
Yes.
Just replay your tape every day and you will find what you say. I don't have to tell you.
No, sir.
It's on record.
I said they would be stupid to have said that. But whether they said it or not is another matter. Hold on just a moment, sir.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11 o'clock.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah about?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3? Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign? Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Carby's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village for the finest Jamaican souvenirs and craft items, perfected by the island's most talented and skillful artists and craftsmen. Also available, Reggae Boys jerseys and accessories. Give a gift of Jamaican craft, 15% off 3 items. Conditions apply. Support Jamaican craft. Be Jamaican. Buy Jamaican. Carby's Souvenir Discount Centre and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza, Concert Spring Road. Call 926-4065. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe my listeners are very upset with my keeping you on so long.
Hold on, let me just go one more point.
The government's job, sir, is to see to it that the country goes in the right direction.
We know that.
The country is going in the wrong direction. The government cannot be doing a good job.
We will be stupid if we deny that.
Ah, good. All right. That's all I'm saying.
Hold on. Don't go away. Hello?
Yes.
Now, the campaigning, do you believe that the two political parties should just do advertising and tap the people on and kill us and damage our head?
I don't know that for them to have campaign meetings necessarily implies the people running up and down and killing off each other.
But you know, see that now and then.
I see no reason why that should be said.
Is that disgrace you see what they've told them are going with?
Oh, yes?
To you, how you view it?
I don't see what is disgraceful about having a campaign.
The Prime Minister going like a madman.
Well, she is.
Bruce going like him a madman.
No, I don't hear that.
Oh, you mean you don't hear that?
What do you hear him say?
You forgot him start with him bangarang argument for a long time.
What bangarang argument? The bangarang argument didn't come during this campaign.
No, but it
but you know, sir,
it didn't heat up in the campaign.
What I blame Mr.
What I
blame Mr. Golding for, right, is to have backed away from that statement.
Which one? The bangarang statement.
Yes, because what had happened, sir.
Then you supporting me the bangarang?
But of course.
So you love bangarang? You love bangarang?
Look here.
Let me ask you.
What does bangarang mean? What does bangarang mean?
You more educated than me. You tell me. You tell me.
Well, I
May I ask you to tell me and tell
my understanding is that what it meant was that if what he meant was that.
No, what he meant, what the word means, not about what he meant. What the word means.
Hold on, sir. What I understood him to have been saying is that if that kind of action, violation of the human rights of Jamaican young people, if that was continued, that it would not be accepted by the opposition.
But you really saw that
and that the opposition would make an upstir, would create an upstir about it. Right. Nothing wrong with that.
That is your reading.
That is nothing wrong with that.
May I ask if that is your reading?
What was far worse than what Mr. Gold, any interpretation that could be put upon what Mr. Golding said
Yes.
was for the police in this country to have been allowed to gather up young people or men, whatever their age is, put them behind a razor wire fence in the hot sun, right?
Why did they put them there?
How do you mean why? Why? What possible reason could they have had?
Ask you,
What
why?
possible legal reason, lawful reason could they have had for doing it?
I don't know. You tell me why.
I don't know.
Well, all right.
And they had no damn right to do it.
You should have checked out to find out why they do it.
Right? No, I don't need to find out why they did it.
Find out.
They had no right to do it. To just pick up people off the street.
What was happening?
Without any evidence.
What was happening in the then time?
What?
What was happening in the then time?
What was happening?
What was happening in the era? Why that happened?
What was happening?
Me ask you.
I don't know.
You don't know. So if you don't know what you're talking about, you don't know.
But I don't know. They have no right.
Talking and if you don't know.
Hold on, sir. The law and the Constitution does not give the police a right to gather up people indiscriminately and, first of all, to deprive them of their liberty indiscriminately, as they did with Adana Barrett, right? The law does not give them any right to do that.
Adana Barrett things are different.
No. Yes. He was, Adana Barrett was not arrested on any charge. Right?
I didn't agree with that movement, so I didn't agree with that.
Well, the question of whether you agree with it is immaterial.
The point is they just went into consent and picked up these people.
Yes.
And that was a different thing from what was happening in Spanish Town.
What was it that was happening in Spanish Town that could justify?
It's absurd of violence and all kind of crosses are going there.
So who was it that was doing the violence? Right? Were the people who were locked up, who were fenced up behind that razor wire fence in the hot sun, were they the people who were doing the violence?
Neither you nor me don't know that. What we know that violence, the other side.
Did the police charge them? Did the police charge them and bring them before the court?
Well, if they didn't
and in any event, if even those people had been guilty of offences, would the police have been justified in putting them in the hot sun behind razor wire fences?
That was a part of the operational strategy to find those who were making the problem.
Don't talk damn nonsense,
Oh,
sir.
you mean nonsense?
The police have no constitutional right, power, authority to do any such thing. Right?
I don't know whether
it's a violation. It's a violation of their the people's constitutional right
to put them,
for them to be,
put them behind the wire.
In the hot sun.
In the hot sun.
Yes, that is torture.
Where else did they have to put them at the time?
Anyway, look here. Thank you very much. All the best.
Boy.
Enough of nonsense for one day. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning to you. I beg your pardon.
Yes, sir. First time on your program.
Happy to have you.
Yes, sir. I am so concerned about St. Anne.
St. Anne?
Yes.
What about
Southeastern St. Anne.
Eh?
Southeastern St. Anne.
Uh-huh.
Where the people...
Keep your voice up for me.
Where the people in St. Anne seems as if they have no right based on what's taking place down there.
The people have no right?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
For our Prime Minister to dictate to the people who she wants to send there.
Uh-huh.
Now, I discovered that this constituency has been rolling by PMP for over 50-something years.
Uh-huh.
And there is nothing positive I have seen there. Nothing that is positive. Now, I am totally surprised of our Prime Minister, because when they were having the election for the candidate after Mr. Patterson came out, I was a supporter of Mrs. Portia Simpson. But then I am totally shocked and surprised based on her behavior. I don't think she's doing a good job for our country. her behavior is not. I think that Jamaica want to see people that behave themselves properly so that our young people can come up with dignity. And this is not happening. I don't know if her behavior is as if she owns a stall down by Carnation Market or something. You understand? And
I don't know. I don't think that owning a stall down at Carnation Market necessarily means that you must behave shabbily.
Yeah, but she behaving badly, man.
You think so?
Yes, badly.
Yes, well, but in any event, so you say that the people of Southeastern Sudan are being deprived of their rights.
Yes.
By the Prime Minister imposing a candidate there. I wouldn't agree with that, The people that doesn't affect the rights of the people.
Why?
Because the peoples have the right to vote, whether for that candidate or for some other.
Okay.
Right? Now, it is Mrs. Simpson-Miller has chosen Mrs. Hannah to be the representative of the party in that constituency.
Fair enough.
Right? In doing that, she's not interfering with the rights of the constituents.
Okay.
Right? She may have, offended members and supporters of the party in the constituency.
Okay.
But they are free to make their choices.
Okay.
Right?
Fair enough.
So,
but
we can't go too far with that.
Okay, but look at it. If the party, there are a number of people who are running for the position there. And all these people who work with the party so long, I don't think they should have deprived the right of not being there. As a matter of fact, what I gather is that Mrs. Simpson-Miller see them as dons. Yeah, because what she said that Miss Lisa is not only beautiful, but she's of brain. I don't think we really want nobody like that. As a matter of fact, I think that why Mrs. Anna came there is because Mrs. Asamba is coming out. And Mrs. Simpson-Miller is looking for her next Minister of Tourism. So she sent her there.
Yes.
And I don't think that is the right procedure, because when she come, and because the people just addicted, as a matter of fact, I think that the PMP party is somehow of a cult.
Yes, but that is an administrative matter having to do with the business of the People's National Party.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't really affect the rights of the people of the constituency.
Okay, but couldn't somebody from there, is it that they are so done?
Hold on just a moment for me.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
Call the doctor, quick! Someone call the doctor! Mommy, not do you. Only the windshield broke. Say no, that me I say. Call the doctor, Dr. Glass!
Call Dr. Glass for all your auto glass needs. Windshields, rear, door, vent, quarter glass for all make vehicles. 237 Marcus Garvey Drive at 3 miles. And now in Catherine Hall, Montego Bay. Call 971-7853.
Thank God for Dr. Glass.
Call now, 1-888-Dr. Glass.
Paul, you buy the Just Talk calling card yet?
No, why?
Because Cable and Wireless have special rates for payphones on Tuesdays. And I need to call Marsha in Florida about the family reunion.
That's right. Tuesdays are public payphone days. Only $3.99 per minute for calls to the U.S., UK fixed lines, and Canada.
That's Jamaican?
Yes, Jamaican dollars, baby.
Using Just Talk cards at any payphone island-wide. From June 12 to September 4 on Tuesdays only. Use Cable and Wireless public payphones and save. Conditions apply.
UTech is renowned for providing quality in the educational experience, incorporating art, culture, sports, technology to enhance academic experience. UTech's curriculum of career-focused learning produces highly sought-after graduates. If you desire to be equipped with more than just a degree, if your goal is to enhance academic qualifications with experience and practical capabilities, we welcome you to be a part of the unique UTech experience. Visit our website at www.utechjamaica.edu.jm for more information.
How do I make my marriage work? Child rearing. What's right? What's wrong? What about sharing financial responsibilities? Come find the solutions to these and other challenges at the 21st VMBS Marriage and the Family Series, June 29, 30 and July 1 at 5:30 p.m. daily at Emancipation Park. Come see live entertainment, exhibitions, and one lucky couple will renew their wedding vows. The VMBS Marriage and the Family Series 2007. See the press for details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back on land.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
What I was saying, I don't know if those people are so dunce. Why one of them couldn't take over?
Are you a Southeast St. Elizabeth man?
St. Anne.
St. Anne?
Yes, sir.
You live in St. Anne?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Sure do.
Eh?
Sure do.
Uh-huh.
And so I don't know if those people are so dunce why one of them couldn't take that position.
Uh-huh.
You understand? Because I have noticed that these people were very hard in that constituency.
Uh-huh.
Some of who was up for running. And I believe one of them could have taken the challenge.
Well, let me ask you something.
Yes.
Part of the problem, as I see it, is that the People's National Party, there's not a great deal of talk about it at the moment. But the party is split all over the place.
Split?
Yes.
Yes.
There is no unity behind Mother P.
Yes.
And she wants to be sure that if she were to win the election, right, she wouldn't find that the members of the party in Parliament, the majority of those members were against her and for somebody else.
Okay.
Right? So that, you see, it is possible that she could, let us say she wins the 5th term.
Yes.
Right? Mr. Patterson has said that the party, he seems to me to have implied that there was no basis for the party after 18 years in power. Campaigning on the basis of its performance.
Okay.
Right? Sister P was its only hope of a 5th term.
Yes, we understood that very well.
So let us say that works. And she wins the 5th term.
Yes.
Right? It is possible that you could then find a party that said, no, we don't want you as Prime Minister. We want somebody else.
Okay.
That's the possibility.
Yes.
And the Governor General could be informed that the person who would command the confidence of a majority of the members of the House would not be Sister P, but somebody else.
Okay.
Right? Dr. Phillips, let us say. Right?
Say it again?
So let us say that that person was Dr. Phillips. So he would call Dr. Phillips and appoint him Prime Minister.
Okay.
That is how the system works.
Okay.
So what she wants to do, I think, is to ensure. I mean, she did it in Westmoreland.
Yes.
You remember there was an election there to choose a candidate? And after the election, candidate that won was abandoned.
Okay, yes.
And somebody else entered into the constituency. You remember that?
Yes.
Somebody who was retiring from politics, from active representational politics, but who was a supporter of Sister P in the campaign.
Okay.
In the so that person was retained, right? And I suppose that she wants to put as many people as she can.
Oh, our friends.
Who are supporters of hers.
Okay, our friends. Okay.
Right? Maybe that is what is going on.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I heard the rumor that she'll be moving the commissioner of police.
Oh, is that so?
And put a female there.
I've heard a rumor of the kind, but you must be very careful about rumors.
Yes.
Right?
But, Mr. Perkins, I think our country is in chaos.
I think so myself.
Yes, and
I don't see her having the ability to do very much about it.
Right.
She's not even talking about addressing the problems of the country.
That we have, yes.
Right? I don't see her doing that.
No. And I hope and trust that the Jamaica people eyes are opening up. And then again, there was a statement made about her that called her, I don't know if it was to the effect that is Jezebel, but she's displaying the attitude. Prophecy fulfilled on her. Prophecy fulfilled. That's a good prophecy. It come to pass.
You think you think that she's showing behaving as like a Jezebel?
No, let me tell you one.
Why do you think so?
Mr. Perkins, one of the attitude of Jezebel is that Jezebel, and I think that the person who is in charge of religion should instruct her and take her aside and talk to her, because I don't blame the lady who said that. The attitude of a Jezebel had a very strong seductive influence.
A very strong?
Seductive influence. If you read the Bible very carefully, it was Jezebel who seduced the children of Israel to offer sacrifice to idols. And not only that, but Jezebel had with her a lot of false prophets who predicted that this would happen.
Yes.
No, so I don't know if this person who did that is a Bible scholar, but I know for sure that I read the Bible, and these are the things that Jezebel did.
Well, let me tell you something, sir. Nicknames, names like that.
Yes, say it again.
Can be very dangerous,
Yeah.
Because when I say that, from the perspective of the campaign, if she had got that name stuck onto her, right, she would, it would wear down in our campaigning,
Yeah, but listen.
People were responding to her as
the name might not be there stick on her, but her attitude stick. The name.
So they had to. They had to come out. The minute that word was uttered, they had to come out and quickly demolish it.
Yes, but listen this.
And that is what they very successfully did.
Yes, but listen this. We have a minister. By the way, do we have a ambushman or an ambushman?
An ambushman?
Ambushman or ombudsman? Which one?
Well, I don't know why you ask.
Oh, okay. Because when I was small, my father told me that an ambushman is somebody who tried to kidnap you or something.
No, man.
No.
No.
Ambush.
Oh, an ambushman. Yes.
But if we have a person who is so highly religious, as our ombudsman, then you need to give some. He's a Bible scholar. You need to give some instruction. You understand? So that the behavior don't act out, although the name is not...
Well, I don't know that he has the power to give instructions like that. You know?
But why is there?
Eh?
Why is there?
Well,
She believes in the prophets.
Does he?
Huh?
I don't know if he does.
She believes in the prophets.
Sister P?
Yes.
No, I don't know if she does, because if she did...
Mr. Perkins.
Hold on.
Yes.
If she did,
Yeah.
why would she be dragging out the election?
But the prophet tell her that she's going to win.
Yes.
So she can't hold it till she want to.
No, but if she go and win, right?
Yeah.
She could have had the election last week, she would have won.
Well, it's true.
Last month, she would have won. The month before, she would have won.
Yeah, but then the
Right?
prophet need to tell her that...
So why is she dragging it out?
Because she lose.
Eh?
Because it seems that she lose.
Well, obviously,
Yeah.
she has no confidence in the word of the prophet.
All right, good.
Right?
All right, sir, that's good.
Am I right?
Yes, that seems to
So
be
it would seem to me to follow.
Huh?
It would seem to me to follow. I mean, if when did the prophet make this prophecy?
Some time ago.
Yes, well, whenever.
Yes.
She could have called the election the following day.
That's true, because the prophet should be right.
And if it is true
Yes.
that God has decided that she's to be prime minister,
Yes.
then you think that you can change that?
No, because God don't change.
Eh?
God don't change.
No, you can't change God's word.
Right.
If it is God's will
Yes.
that this happened, and God said, you, Sister P,
Yes.
I am appointing you prime minister.
Right.
Right? Then what can you do about it?
Well, she must be playing the part of Jonah, disobedient.
Eh?
She must be playing the part of Jonah.
As one of the prophets suggested,
Yeah.
if you go out there and put the X against the bell, then God will just move it up to the head.
This thing will come with a joke.
I think I heard that's being suggested by one of them.
But I heard she says that if sentence go against her too, the judgment of God will come down and...
No, the wrath of the Jamaican, of the people,
will come down on the people.
will come down on them, yes.
I live there and I waiting for it.
You waiting for it?
Yes.
Well, boy, I don't know what that means, you know.
Eh?
I don't know what that means. I would be a little concerned if I were you.
Read between the lines.
Huh?
I am living there and I waiting for it.
You're waiting for it?
Yes. Anyway,
all right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Okay, good. Bye.
Okay, hello? Hello? I think we're very close to the break. Let's take the break and come back, yes.
Researchers at the University of California, Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of pride mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about independent living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
And now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure system across the central Caribbean. Today will be partly cloudy, especially during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Friday afternoon, look for isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of pride mobility scooters and lift chairs.
keeping my mind and body in shape. That's why I drink V-Soy. It's high in protein, calcium, and iron. It has a great taste. And my son loves it with his cornflakes. Who knew being healthy could be this satisfying? Thank you, V-Soy Soya Milk. Distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
I want top returns on my money, but I don't want sleepless nights worrying if my money is safe.
That's why smart people invest with RBTT Securities. We offer a variety of investment options and experienced advisors to help you maximize your dollar. Plus, RBTT Securities is backed by one of the most respected group of companies in the Caribbean. And we listen to the person who understands your financial goals the most. You. Talk to one of our experienced investment advisors today. Think smart. Think RBTT Securities. Unlock your potential.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hi. Morning,
Yes.
Mr. Perkins.
Morning, how are you?
Very well.
Good.
Have you been following the television news, the coverage given to these?
The television news?
Yeah, the political campaign.
You mean the amount of time being devoted to one and the other, and
That's one aspect
the,
of it.
the photography of the crowds and
Yes.
so on? I
Yeah,
find
but
it interesting, yes.
We need to hear now from the ruling party, the Prime Minister.
Uh-huh. Whether she's satisfied with the coverage.
No, what plans they have for this country.
Uh-huh.
I mean, all I'm getting is complaints.
Uh-huh.
She's complaining to the press. We are out here complaining about the state of the nation.
Yes.
And she's there behaving like, I don't know. I mean, I know it's not a laughing matter, Mr. Perkins.
Well,
you know? And then, I'm going to attack.
you know, so Jamaica is developing a bad reputation.
Yes.
In the world. You know, more and more countries are deciding that we must have visas
Yes.
to enter them.
But I'm looking at these people, these speakers.
Uh-huh.
They're all coarse and crude.
Uh-huh.
Buchanan, Nicholson.
Oh, God.
I mean, they must be vying for the title of Jamaica's favorite buffoon. I mean,
Well, I don't know. I thought that for a moment I'd forgotten that a chief justice had been appointed. I thought he was going after that post.
this fella, Hootie Peck.
Eh?
Hootie Peck.
Well, you know, if a ward them want a ward them, I go get.
No, man, we have to lift the standard now. We have to lift the standard. You see, Mr. Perkins, all this is a smoke and mirror business here now. Last week, some figures were given out from this Petro Caribe. That's how it is.
Petro Caribe.
Yes. The monies given to various entities.
Yes.
Have you seen any improvement from any of these entities?
Hold on, sir.
Eh? Or they're just giving us some figures and say, hold that.
The government has contracted, sir, debts amounting to nearly $1 trillion.
Over $1 trillion.
Have you seen any benefits accruing to the country
But it brings
from this?
No, but you see,
Any
we must ask
comparable?
these questions, and we want to hear them during the campaign. Hear the answers during the campaign. Since we can't get them anywhere else, I gather you have a line to Jamaica House and to the cabinet room. Because a very interesting thing crossed my mind. Omar Davies has been Minister of Finance now for 14 years.
About.
Play some numbers if you can. And we should try and find these numbers. In dollar terms, the taxes imposed on this country in those 14 years.
Yes.
On budget and off budget.
Yes.
The GCT collections.
Yes.
And now we are placing kids in schools that don't exist.
Yes, well, I think that is the best one.
And
that is the best one up to now. Well, I don't know.
And we're fooling with healthcare.
Yes.
But we're getting the ads, though, boy. We're getting the ads all over the place.
Yes.
Right?
You mean that, yes, a number of government agencies are advertising.
Yes, and there are no
all the wonderful
and
things that they're doing.
infrastructures. You drive around this country, as I have been doing. And I ask myself, well, where was all the money gone?
Where has all the dollars gone?
Yes. It's a very and they just bombard us with these things. They just pressure us. And we're not getting any benefits. And then we get something called polls just afloat around the place now to say, oh, well, we're on the right track. Some people. Sugar is down.
Yes.
Bauxite is up. Tourism is down. The roads are poor. The schools are poorly equipped.
The roads are in appalling state.
Right. Schools are poorly equipped.
Yeah.
Hospitals are poorly equipped.
Yeah.
The railway is closed. Agriculture, I don't know when they give us these figures about up 10%. Up from what? A low base?
Look, sir.
These are just
people. When you're told these things, it's like the unemployment level. What is unemployment in Jamaica now? Supposed to be somewhere in the region of 9%.
Single digit, man.
8 or 9%.
You believe that? If you believe that, you will buy Obia.
Absolute rubbish.
Right.
Right.
But the classic, though. I'll give you a classic.
Well,
I saw PJ Patterson on a platform on Sunday night.
Yes.
Bigging up, as they say, Duncan.
Decay.
Yeah. Now, PJ Patterson served as Prime Minister for 14 years, or 12 years, or whatever.
Yes.
There's no space for Duncan. This good General Secretary they once had, that jumped to New Beginning, NDM, is now the prodigal son.
Yes.
Well, we must remind...
One of the prodigal sons.
One of the prodigal sons. We must now remind the people of this country of Duncan's track record. And we're going to do that. We're going to have to do that. But there's just some fine in this country, man.
Well, I don't know, sir. They're trying to win the 5th term, which is reasonable enough.
Is their right? Is their right to try?
It's their right to try, yes.
But look at the state of the country.
Well, yes. But I think that Mr. Patterson admitted long ago that, at the time of the party conference last year.
No, the year before.
The
year before.
I beg your pardon?
It's the year before, not
it's
last year.
No, man. Last year.
He wasn't around at their conference last year.
Yes, man.
Oh, yeah, when he said the only hope.
The only hope.
Yes.
The only hope. Sister P is the only hope.
Yes.
Which seems to me to imply that there was no hope to be found in the performance of the party as government.
Yes.
Right? Which is a hell of an admission for the man who was Prime Minister for most of those years.
Yes.
To be making. And if that is so, then what reasonable justification could there be for the party even seeking a third term, a fifth term?
But
right, he should have resigned as Prime Minister. He should have resigned, called an election, and
move on.
And move on, you know.
But have you noticed who the speakers are on the PNP's platform? Have you seen Omar Davies?
No. I think did he?
You tell
did
me
he
when.
Speak? Yes, he was at something in Manchester, central Manchester.
He was there with Bunting.
With Bunting, yes.
But he hasn't been out since here, Jamaica.
Not as far as I'm aware.
No. We haven't explored this here Jamaica sail sufficiently in this country, you know. And we're letting it slip.
Well, you know, we're letting a lot of things slip, you know, sir.
Yeah.
Right? Trafigura, for example. I don't think that the right questions have been asked about that.
No, but they will be asked. I can guarantee that one.
Oh, well.
They will be asked. But personally, I'm disappointed in the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister. Her behavior.
Yes, I don't think that she...
it's just not becoming.
It's not impressive. And,
no. And...
I don't think that...
This DJ... I'm waiting to hear the phrase, hold up that DJ, hold up. I mean, that's all that's left. That's all that's left for her to do. And we are not being told the true state of the union. We need to know now. We need to know now. We're not going to go into this carnival atmosphere, go into an election, vote, and we don't know what we're voting for. Right? I'm sick and tired of people being abused.
Well, you know, say if we don't know what we're voting for, that would be, some of that blame would have to fall on the shoulders of the opposition.
Yes, but we're not complaining about coverage. But we're out there, the opposition is out there telling what they would do. Every single spokesman has done that. Whether they get the coverage or the exposure is another matter. Right? But I think the leader of the opposition has been doing a good job in that respect, on the ground.
Are you then implying that that the opposition is not getting reasonable coverage from the media?
Not for me to say, Mr. Perkins.
No, but you're implying it?
Well, you can read between the lines. Like I've walked between the raindrops so many times. Yeah. No, we don't expect it, you know, because we know how the thing runs. Right? We don't have GIS. The opposition doesn't have GIS. And all these other people. But in fairness...
What about the media?
The media...
Hold on just a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays and also opened on Sundays and public holidays.
And now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure system across the central Caribbean. Today will be partly cloudy, especially during the afternoon. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Friday afternoon, look for isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high-quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901.
Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality household products. Products such as Super Bright Ceramic Cleaner, Super Pine Disinfectant, and Chlorite Bleach can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices.
Sorry, Gran.
We stopped for gas and then you disappear for so long and left me in the car, boy.
Sorry, Gran.
What you doing there? Did you go eat a sandwich?
No, Gran.
Were you reading magazines?
No, Gran.
Oh, you had one of those fancy mocha cafe latte coffee things?
No, Gran.
Well, what you did get, boy?
Aspirin.
Drive into an Esso now for everything you need. We know your passengers value the time spent with you as much as you enjoy the time spent with us. How do we know? We're drivers too.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you.
Yes. You were saying?
What was I saying?
I don't know. So many things.
Look, somebody called me during the break to remind me that today, the 19th of June, is an anniversary.
That's a state of emergency.
The most vicious act of political partisanship, perhaps,
yes,
ever to have occurred in the history of this country.
And you know, Mr. Perkins, we don't pay too much attention to it. We don't talk about these things.
Yes.
But we should go, if we want to go back to that time and a little before that, all the atrocities that were committed in southern St. Andrew. You know? Maybe the Prime Minister should address that in one of our truth. What is it? Truth and...
reconciliation.
Truth and sessions. I'm serious. I mean, you just have to look at sufferers' heights to remember. You know? Those atrocities should not go unrecorded. And people should be reminded daily of these things. But there is a thing called IT, which is a buzzword here in this country for some time.
IT.
And then it moved up to the Intech Fund.
Yes.
How much money is in that fund now? Do you know?
We have not heard, have we?
No. But don't you think it's time? It must be over $1 billion by now.
And that is assess.
Yes.
Is derived from assess on international calls.
Precisely. Why can't we get a report on this thing?
Well,
we're not getting the reports.
I don't know, sir, but the Auditor General is suggesting that, public funds are being spent in a very careless.
But we don't treat the Auditor General as a people. We don't respond to the Auditor General's report as we should.
Yes.
Year in, year out.
Yes, that's true.
The same complaints.
And the question, therefore, over and over these complaints are made.
Yes.
Nothing happens, right? And the question, therefore, arises.
Who cares?
Whether what is happening is the result of maladministration or the result of corruption.
Well, yes, that's the question. These are the questions that we must ask. But no corrective measures are being taken. In fact, they multiply. They multiply.
Yes.
I mean, his report in Friday's paper was quite disconcerting to me.
Yes.
But then it's just another report.
But nothing happens. Another
Nothing
report.
happens.
Nothing happens.
There was a line in that report, though, that struck me. Is the Ministry of Finance part of the problem or part of the solution? That question.
That is a very good question.
That is a very good question.
Yes.
And we must pursue that.
Except that I perhaps would have put it differently.
Yeah. Well,
is the Ministry of Finance part of the solution or part of the problem?
Well. And you could ask the same thing about the sugar cane industry.
Yes.
All these monies, billions, they talking, Clark fumbles around the figure billions every time. Mm-hmm. And we still can't produce what we produced in 1964, 63.
Right. Anyway, sir, thank you very much.
We'll be in touch.
All the best to you. That state of emergency, when we come back after the news, we need to go into it a bit and remind particularly young people in this country what it was that happened on the 19th of June, 1976. Okay, hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, good
morning.
Uh-huh.
Yes, sir. I just have a question for you, you see?
Yes.
Ever since the inception of common entrance going into GSAT,
yes,
have you ever heard of children getting rewarded place in a school that does not exist? Why you laughing?
No, sir, I've never before heard of any such thing.
Well, I was watching All Angles on Sunday night.
Yes.
And they had a parent and some president or the vice president of the Teachers Association and the chief education officer in the Ministry of Education. Yeah, Mr. Jasper Lawrence. And listen to me, 300 children have been awarded place in a school.
In schools. There are 3 of them, I believe, no?
And down by Sandy Bay.
That's one.
Yeah, and there another one somewhere in Portmore area.
Yes.
And listen to me, the one at Sandy Bay is a co-pastor. Until this site has not even been cleared as yet. And he was trying to convince the parents that come September, that school is going to open.
Yes.
And we are just about 10 weeks from reopening a new school, from a new school year to begin.
Yes.
And he says, in 10 weeks, the place, no site is clear as yet. The place is not fenced. As far as he's concerned, they have not even appointed a principal for that school. But he's saying...
You mean they haven't appointed a principal for the non-existent school?
Yeah, he has not even appointed a principal for the non-existent school. And
they haven't even broken ground for the non-existent school.
They haven't broken ground, but he said...
They've broken ground?
No, sir.
Oh.
The site not even clear up as yet.
Has a contractor been appointed?
According to him, is that he's giving them some
has
side of
has
story.
An architectural drawing been done?
Well, I not even know much about that. But is one thing he is certain, that his school is going.
Has money been allocated for the schools, Bill?
He don't talk anything about that, but the school is going to open for September. And, you know, that is how these people go around, you know, and try to sample people. Because you cannot say you have a school and you award 300 places for children, and those children are being traumatized right now because when they hear their peers say they go into this school and that school, they don't have a school to go, you know.
I suspect that there's a great deal of cruelty involved here.
They have a home space. They don't know what they are doing to these children. Their parents cannot prepare because they don't know uniform, they don't know the cost of school fee, they don't know nothing at all.
And school opens in September?
School opens between the 7th and the 9th of September. But yet Mr. Jasper Lawrence is very, very, very confident.
So hold on, we have 2 months, and we're now at the 19th.
We have 2 months
nearly just under 3 months.
Yeah, we have under 3 months because the school term now ends between the 4th and the 5th of July. After that, they go on holiday. And then school will open between the 7th and the 9th of September. So it's in a matter of about 10 weeks. And the school is going to prepare. Mr. Perkins, you ever see anything like this?
Well, sir, there is still 3 months, just under 3 months to go. Let us see what happens.
Why, you know, this similar thing happened with Osimarty, you know, but the only thing is that Osimarty had a school, and they were trying to build some more, which they say would open when the school...
You know what this suggests to me? That the election is going to be held well before the first week in September.
Well, could be. You could be right. But you know, this is not.
Well, how could I be wrong? How could I be wrong? Because
you could be right.
If the election is held after the first week in September, and the schools are not forthcoming.
Yeah.
In the 3 months that are left, or just under 3 months, is going to be a severe embarrassment to the government.
Yeah, man.
They can't go into an election with that behind them.
They can't.
No.
Definitely.
Anyway, look here. I have to run. It's time for the news.
You.
We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
New Dimension Dental Care at 57 Hope Road provides modern dental care with spacious and secure parking at the former location at New Line Motors. That's New Dimension Dental Care. Telephone 978-7480. The time by New Dimension Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by True Juice, premium quality juices. Be natural. And Montego Bay Co-op Credit Union. Serving you is what we do best.
Montego Co-op Credit Union has done it again. It's a wind of change for St. James, announcing the MCCU Mortgage Loan Bonanza. Yes, it's your chance to get a mortgage or home improvement loan of up to $5 million, and a great chance to win $500,000 in prizes. Interest rate as low as 16% per annum on the reducing balance. Conditions apply. It's a win-win for you. Call 952-119022. Montego Co-op Credit Union. Serving you is what we do best.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Political Ombudsman Bishop Harold Blair is now leading a peace walk in the troubled Southeast St. Andrew constituency. PNP Member of Parliament Maxine Henry Wilson and JLP candidate Joan Gordon Webley and other political activists are also participating. The tour got underway just under an hour ago on Anderson Road. It follows last week's shooting incident involving 4 JLP supporters who were travelling in a bus to a political meeting. The JLP has claimed that the shooting was politically motivated. The tour was originally scheduled for yesterday. However, it was called off after Mrs. Gordon Webley said Mrs. Henry Wilson preempted the peace walk. In the meantime, Mrs. Henry Wilson says the Peace Management Initiative is now arranging a meeting between the candidates and supporters in southeast St Andrew. Several residents of Queen Street in Westmoreland are claiming that a group of policemen unlawfully killed a man at his house in the district last night. Damien Garwood was shot dead about 10 o'clock in what the police say was a shootout. However, the residents disagree. They say Mr. Garwood, who was on bail in relation to a shooting charge, was sitting on a bed in his house when the police kicked open the door and opened fire.
No shootout not there yet, because if you look at the position of the door, the way they shoot him, if there was a shootout, there are windows and there are doors, so that means the shot would have to go through the board. They need to stop it. It is the second shooting that come down your condo and behave this way. A lady from next door came over and they even threatened that lady.
A resident of Queen Street in Savlamar, Westmoreland. As a condition of his bail, Mr. Garwood was reporting to the police several times a week. In the meantime, representatives from the Bureau of Special Investigation have started to take statements as part of their probe into the killing. There is strong resistance to a plan to take away poor relief functions and other social security responsibilities from parish councils and other local authorities. The move is to be facilitated through a draft bill to repeal the Poor Relief Act and replace it with a National Assistance Act. This would transfer poor relief responsibilities to the Labour and Social Security Ministry. The chairman of the Local Government Managers Association, Ian Reid, says his association opposes the pending legislation. The government is claiming that the move is necessary for greater efficiency. But Mr. Reid says this initiative contradicts the government policy on fostering the establishment of strong local government bodies.
The answer to dissatisfaction with the past performance of local government cannot be to dismantle or downgrade the institution, but to identify the causes for such performance and devising appropriate solutions to these problems.
Chairman of the Local Government Managers Association, Ian Reid. He was addressing the Parliamentary Committee on Local Government Reform this morning. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. It's 3.5 minutes after 12. The country's medical technologists are again restive, this time over what they say is the government's failure to carry out a reclassification exercise. The reclassification is based on a 2003 Industrial Disputes Tribunal IDT ruling. Yesterday, the Union of Technical, Administrative and Supervisory Personnel, UTASP, issued a 7-day ultimatum on the government to have the technologists' latest concern addressed. UTASP General Secretary St. Patrice Ennis says the close to 120 technologists are upset over the delay by the government in carrying out the IDT ruling. The technologists are employed to public health laboratories. In addition, Mr. Ennis says the financial benefits associated with the IDT ruling should have been implemented in 2004.
Approximately 4 years have elapsed, and the government seem not to be interested into abiding by the IDT award, while in the meantime, we have seen many other public sector groups settling their issues, groups that are many times the size of the medical technologist group and would incur far greater costs for their settlement than the medical technologists would.
UTASP General Secretary St. Patrice Ennis. 4 years ago, several technologists were taken to court and fined after they disobeyed an IDT order to return to work following a prolonged strike. The Education Ministry is to set up a tertiary commission soon. Senior Education Officer in the Ministry, Dr. Yvonette Marshall, says the commission is critical at this time, given the increase in the number of tertiary training institutions.
In the current environment, in which the offerings of educational services, especially at the tertiary level, are growing exponentially, in such a situation, it is critical that there be modern, state-of-the-art mechanisms that benchmark performance standards of students and institutions, quality, and endorse professional standards.
Senior Education Officer Dr. Yvonette Marshall. She was speaking this morning at the Excelsior Community College's annual retreat in Kingston. Ms. Dr. Marshall said the Tertiary Commission would implement policies and strategies in keeping with the transformation of these institutions. The Commission will seek to ensure that its strategies are implemented by 2030. Director of Elections Danville Walker says he's encouraged that more persons are coming forward to serve as election day workers. The Electoral Office of Jamaica, EOJ, has been advertising for additional election day workers. The EOJ says over 1,000 applications have been received so far. Mr. Walker says these persons will have to be trained, but the EOJ remains ready for an election.
It almost takes the announcing of the election for us to finish preparing. Because once you announce the election now, people's schedules become fairly set around the announced date. And you call people to train at that point. Everybody knows when the election day is, and therefore everybody is charged with that idea of that they have to come to training now because the election is such and such a date.
Director of Elections Danville Walker. News in the region now. Defense lawyers are continuing their submission before a special sitting of the Grenada court for the resentencing of 13 persons convicted of killing former left-wing Prime Minister Maurice Bishop. Former Deputy Prime Minister Bernard Cord and 12 others are before the specially constituted court. They were all found guilty of killing Mr. Bishop and some members of his cabinet during the 1983 Grenada coup. In 1991, the sentences for 10 of the men were commuted to life in prison. The 3 others were sentenced to 45 years behind bars. In December, the 3 were released after their sentences were reduced for good behavior. Earlier this year, the London-based Privy Council ruled that the death sentences originally imposed were unconstitutional. In Cuba, Vilma Espin Guilloy is the wife of the acting president Raul Castro is dead. Cuban state television says Espin died after a long period of illness. Authorities did not disclose the illness, but she was said to suffer from severe circulatory problems in recent years. An official mourning period, which was declared at 8 o'clock last night, will end at 10 o'clock tonight. The Cuban flag will be lowered to half-mast at all public buildings and military bases. Espin was said to be one of the most politically powerful women in Cuba. She was 77. And in news back home, representatives of public sector unions are this afternoon continuing talks with officials from the Finance Ministry to address the issue of insurance coverage for civil servants. The unions are upset about what they say is the unilateral decision taken by the ministry for the transfer of the contract from Blue Cross to Life of Jamaica, LOJ. Health insurance coverage for public sector workers is administered through the Government Employees Administrative Services Only Health Scheme, which is the single largest health scheme in the country and valued at more than $2 billion. The unions are hoping to convince the government to reverse its recommendation at today's meeting. In the United States, 9 firefighters were killed last night when the roof of a burning furniture warehouse collapsed on them while they were trying to put out the blaze. It happened in the city of Charleston. 2 employees in the building were rescued after firefighters punched a hole through to reach them. Firefighters, police officers, and other rescue workers saluted as the bodies of the 9 firefighters were carried from the warehouse. Charleston's Mayor, Joseph P. Riley, said the tragedy was deeply regretted. About 237 firefighters work in Charleston, which has a population of about 106,000 people. Finally, a car bomb has ripped through a crowded square in the Iraqi capital of Baghdad, killing at least 75 people and wounding 204 others. An Interior Ministry official said the bomb went off in Kalani Square, a busy commercial district near a Shiite mosque. 10 cars were destroyed in the blast, which sent smoke rising over rooftops in central Baghdad. Authorities say the mosque was also damaged in the blast. The attack comes 6 days after insurgents blew up the last 2 shrines at the mosque. And those were the stories making Midday News on Power 106. Midday's sports stories are next.
Midday News was brought to you by True Juice, premium quality juices, Be Natural, and Montego Bay Co-op Credit Union. Serving you is what we do best.
Time's done it again. It's a wind of change for St. James, announcing the MCCU mortgage loan bonanza. Yes, it's your chance to get a mortgage or home improvement loan of up to $5 million and a great chance to win $500,000 in prizes. Interest rates as low as 16% per annum on the reducing balance. Conditions apply. It is a win-win for you. Call 952-119022. Montego Cooperative Union. Serving you is what we do best.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. England has won the final match against the West Indies at Riverside by 7 wickets. Monty Palliser finished with 5 for 46 as West Indies were bowled out for 222, leaving England needing 110 to win. Shivnarayan Chandapal was the last man out for 70. England lost wickets either side of tea to be 29 for 2, but Michael Vaughan hit an unbeaten 48 to get England home with more than 30 overs remaining. England have now won the series 3-0. Scores in today's match: England 400 and 111 for 3, West Indies 287 and 222. The England and Wales Cricket Board ECB is yet to announce a replacement for skipper Michael Vaughan, who has quit as England's one-day captain. However, Paul Collingwood is set to be the favourite. Vaughan has averaged only 27 from his 86 one-day internationals. He took over the captaincy from Nasser Hussain in May 2003. England will play West Indies in 2 2020 games and 3 one-day internationals this month. In the meantime, Vaughan says he will continue to be available for selection. The West Indies Cricket Board, WICB, has asked the International Cricket Council, ICC, to intervene in the current dispute between the Regional Board and the West Indies Players Association, WIPA. The Regional Board is unhappy about statements by WIPA that players will not agree to the tour of Zimbabwe by the West Indies A-team in July. WIPA said the decision was reached following intensive discussions with the likely players who have expressed deep concern about their safety and the continuing volatile situation existing in Zimbabwe. Chief Executive Officer of the WICB, Bruce Annenson, said the board has contacted the ICC for its views on the situation in Zimbabwe. Annenson further said he's awaiting information from WIPA boss Dinanath Ramnarine to substitute the association's claims about safety to substantiate, the association's claim about safety on the proposed tour. Earlier this year, world champions Australia refused to tour Zimbabwe, with Prime Minister John Howard opposing to the rule of Zimbabwean President Robert Mugabe. Horse racing now. The shuffling of riders for the July 7 Jamaica St. Leger took a predictable turn yesterday, with trainer Anthony Nunez confirming that Trinidadian jockey Brian Harding will ride Mucho Gusto. Nunez also said Trevor Simpson will partner stable companion Il Camano. Harding, who won back-to-back titles at Caymanas Park before returning home at the start of this season, replaces Paul Country Francis, who rode Mucho Gusto to third in the June 2 Jamaica Derby. Simpson, who had partnered Derby runner-up Rum Talk in all of his 5 outings, was decked by the geldings' connections following his loss to the Bomber in the Derby. Charles Hussey gets the ride aboard Rum Talk. The Jamaica Surfing Association will stage the island's first international Pro-Am surfing contest from July 6 to 9. The event, which is number 3 in a 4-event series, will be held at the Maka Surfing Beach in Yala, St. Thomas. Top professional surfers from countries in the region have registered to compete. They will be competing in 3 divisions: open shortboard, open bodyboard, and ladies. And finally, former Olympic and World 100 meters champion Maurice Green will miss this week's U.S. Championships in Indianapolis because of a leg injury. The 32-year-old Green has run sparingly over the past 2 years because of foot and leg problems. He was not expected to be a contender for this year's U.S. World Championship team. Green finished last in his heat at the Adidas Track Classic in May, clocking 10.84 seconds. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106. Midday weather is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a mid to upper level trough across the Central Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect isolated showers, mainly over central and western parishes. Tonight will be mainly fair. For the next 3 days, look for partly cloudy conditions with scattered afternoon showers and isolated thunderstorms. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a recap of the main stories. Political Ombudsman Bishop Harold Blair leads a peace walk in the troubled South East St Andrew constituency. Queen Street residents in Westmoreland accuse the police of killing a man in the community in cold blood. Education Ministry to set up a tertiary commission soon. Director of Elections encouraged that more persons are coming forward to serve as election day workers. In Cuba, the wife of the acting President Raul Castro is dead. And in sports, England wins final test match against the West Indies by 7 wickets. And that's midday news, sports and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
Am I on the air? Junior, this is your mother. Imagine I have to come on radio to get through to my own house. I've been calling the phone at home all day and it's busy. I know you're on it. Get off
now!
Get call waiting on your home phone and get through to a busy line. Because with call waiting, you can accept calls while on another call. For this and other great home phone features, call 1-888-CALL-CWJ. Conditions apply. Home phone, the cheapest way to call.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Bonnet Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Bonnet Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Today is the 19th of June. On Saturday, the 19th of June, 1976, Prime Minister Michael Manley got onto the radio, declared a state of emergency. and made a statement on radio. I have to be going from memory now. Had I remembered that this was, I would have brought down some documents, but on the 19th of June, the declaration was supposed to be about an outbreak of crime, about controlling the crime problem in the country. And it had to do with the death. The thing that sparked it was supposed to have been the death of an ambassador. He was a murder of an ambassador. What was he? A South American ambassador. What country was it? I can't remember. Anyway, this matter, the police went to a meeting that the Jamaica Labour Party was having, I think later that evening, in Montego Bay. And they arrested the first number of persons to be detained under the state of emergency were persons who were attending that Labour Party conference, including a man named Ray Miles, who was detained also with about 5 other persons as a threat to national security. It happened, which the government didn't seem to have been aware of, that Ray Miles was the owner of a British passport. And when the British High Commissioner wanted to know why it was that he had been arrested and had been detained, the government's only answer was to release him. And he remained in Jamaica. As a matter of fact, I believe is still here in Jamaica. And remained in Jamaica for the rest of that PNP administration. And was no longer a threat to national security. It turned out when the Smith Commission of Inquiry was looking into the matter of the state of emergency, the Prime Minister, Mr. Manley, was giving evidence. Gave quite a different story as to what had sparked the state of emergency. This time it had to do with Albert Robinson and the gun that had been given to, a gun that he took to a meeting with Mr. Siaga at Turtle Towers and showed Mr. Siaga, who wrote down the serial number of the gun, telling him that it was an illegal gun that decay Duncan had given to him. It turned out that that was not true. But hold on just a moment. We'll take a break.
My mother say, me go pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patchy make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family, put Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family, put Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family, put Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And we're talking about the declaration of the state of emergency, the most heinous act of abuse of power, deriving from the abuse of political power, of governmental power, that has ever occurred in the history of this country, in the recent history of this country, in the modern history of Jamaica, certainly. We had got to the point where Albert Robinson took this gun to show Mr. Siaga, who had taken the precaution of inviting an officer of the army to be present at the meeting with Albert Robinson, incognito. And this officer went after the meeting, reported to his to the brigadier, who then called the appropriate persons, notified the Prime Minister and others that this had happened. And the meeting, well, action was taken. You know, Albert Robinson was taken into custody. He, his wife, his child, and a domestic helper put under, I suppose you'd call it house arrest, or made to reside in a house in camp. Because, you know, although it was not true that D.K. Duncan, then the General Secretary of the party, had given this gun to Albert Robinson, the truth was even worse from a point of view of the party and the government. Because it was closer to that truth that Michael Manley had given him the gun. The decision to give him the gun and to buy the gun at public expense and give it to him was made at a meeting summoned by Mr. Manley at Jamaica to be and held at Jamaica House, including the Commissioner of Police, and the money to buy the gun came out of police funds. Right? So they took all these precautions, and in order to overcome, they thought that the Labour Party, at this meeting that was being held in Montego Bay, at some hotel down there, and they had invited the press to be present, right? And they thought that they were coming out with this story about this Albert Robinson and this gun, right? And the state of emergency was declared that Saturday afternoon in anticipation of the exposure of this matter by the Labour Party, which would have been very embarrassing. And a number of Jamaicans spent long terms of imprisonment. Not the least notable of them, Colonel Charles. He spent about, I think it was, June to, I think it was about nearly more than 6 months, I'm sure, on the lock and key. Right? A number of persons were locked up. An abuse, if ever there was, of human rights in this country. Anyway, more things I could tell you about it, but I didn't prepare for this. I hadn't realized that today was the anniversary of that heinous occurrence. Hello? Hello? It's very interesting to note that things like this have happened look, I go where the truth takes me, right? Green Bay, Agana Barrett, Janice Allen, Michael Gale, the name of that fellow up at I can never remember his name, and the state of emergency. And there are others that are associated with PNP administrations. Okay, hello?
P?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
It's very, very important that that story be told.
Yes, indeed.
Very good, because I remember when they had the Smith Commission of Inquiry, they says the inquiry came up with this one, that it was illegal to give a criminal a gun.
It was illegal but not corrupt.
But not corrupt.
That was the then Chief Justice of Jamaica.
Of Jamaica. It
Yes.
was illegal but not
Illegal
corrupt.
but not corrupt.
And another significant point, that Michael Manley get up and went to the bathroom to wash his hands.
So he claimed.
So he claimed.
Yes.
He got up, and when he came back, the decision to give this criminal the gun was taken.
Oh, I forgot to mention, thanks for reminding me, Albert Robinson, a man with 16 previous convictions. Right?
Of course. Anyway, I think it's important that these young children be told, because we are taking our children, the position in this country is far worse than we really think. We are taking the children to the cleaners, we are taking them and treating them as stupid.
Yes.
And then we are putting it on fatherless children and what have you. Oh, in the name of God, you can break ground. You can break ground for a Luana smelter in St. Elizabeth. And you break ground at Esher Point in Hanover for a cement factory.
Uh-huh.
And now, there you are, you have set up some schools according to the argument.
They broke ground for the Luana factory, Mr. Pattison did, in 1976.
And they broke ground
And
for
it's,
the
hold
Esher
on,
Point.
and that Luana plant has not yet been built.
Yes?
No, as I understand it, they haven't yet broken ground for the schools.
Right? That's a fact. That's a fact.
So the question is, how many 100 years will it be before they get built?
One of the
I don't
schools
know.
is a place named Dunby Old Inn. And the other one is Clarendon, what the name? San was just at the beginning there.
Yes.
Clarendon. And the wicked thing about it, the most cruel thing about it, is that you gave the children them papers and give them 5 schools that they must select from. And none of the schools awarded to them. You don't put them in none of the 5 schools that were on the paper.
Yes.
And then we hear come the 7th or the 9th of September, They will be installed in a school. Mr. Jasper Lawrence, poor fellow, he's a civil servant. He's following the line. He's towing the line. But it's a cruel thing.
Well, I don't know, so maybe they will, I don't know. Maybe they will manage to build the schools.
It's a cruel thing we are doing to our young people.
I think so,
We're
yes.
talking about what they are doing and ill things and wrong things they are doing. And this is what we are doing to them. This is the mystery. This is the tree card. This thing is bad. As we continue on this decline, you'll hear more breaking of ground. More breaking of ground. And breaking of imaginary ground. Now, there was a man on television last night saying that they called him Santa Claus. Because him giving a constituency, him give a lot of bun and cheese. You never hear that one?
He gave them bun and cheese?
Bun and cheese he gave them. And he's going to do this and do that. He was on CVM saying that. Them Roberts. What sort of nonsense is... You're taking these children for what? You give them bun and cheese?
Bun and cheese.
What sort of madness? This is lunacy at its height, you know.
Well, sir, I'll tell you something.
Yes.
If you want to have power, you want to have it in order to do...
And voucher? Where's the voucher coming from?
In order to support the interests of the people of Jamaica.
Yes.
And to improve conditions for Jamaicans.
Yes.
Then you have a story to tell, no? What are you going to do? How are you going to bring about the necessary economic improvements and so on and so forth?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
If you have no such story to tell,
yes,
then what you do is bring some bun and cheese, no?
Bring some bun and cheese. I have to dig up a paper this morning, an observer, and I don't want people to think that it's a piece of blasphemy that I'm blaspheming. It's the 25th of July, 2006, and the headline says, "And God rested."
And God rest him.
And God rested, R-S-T-E-D, rested.
Oh, God rested.
Mr. Vin Lawrence resigns. Sanders White House probe goes to the Public Accounts Committee. Now and there he is on the front page. But I hear a man this morning over the radio. Says he will stop all motorcades. He'll prevent any motorcade that you have had any problem in the area. So I said to myself, God, come back again. That's why I had to dig up this paper.
Who is this person? Is a police officer in St. Elizabeth?
Pardon?
Who is this person that is going to ban motorcades?
The ombudsman.
Oh.
The ombudsman. Has he got such power to ban anything?
I'm not sure
I
of
don't know that power was enacted. I don't know about that.
I don't know.
Your friend Katie would have said, I don't know about that.
But look here, sir. The problem is, you see, that what we want is to get rid of violence.
Of course.
Right?
Of course we do.
Because if you're going to ban motorcades because of the possibility that they will excite violence, right? Then if people want to be violent, they will find something else to be violent about. And then you ban that. And on it goes. Hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 12:45.
A jerk pork, nicely. I can't think of nothing sweeter than Jamaican jerk pork. Me can't think of whole heap of thing like Jamaican chicken, egg, fish, curry goat.
Most Jamaican farmers use high-pro feeds because they're formulated from the finest ingredients and contain no hormones. So support our local pig farmers. Buy Jamaican pork because farmers who want satisfied customers trust high-pro feeds. High-pro feeds, your partner for profitable production.
The
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back online.
We will have to, this country will have to decide in the future when an Attorney General is acting as the Attorney General of Jamaica or is acting as his party representative.
Yes.
Because I hear so much idiocy coming out of the present Attorney General. I hear him with this hootipek, who them too, and all that sort of foolishness. I want to know in what capacity he's letting go those sounds. Is those sounds being let go as a representative of the government? A representative of the people?
Well, I don't know, sir.
What Arnold J is really saying?
But suppose he had said, if I want, I go get.
That well-known phrase.
What would you then have said?
Well, that one is very bad. Shut your damn mouth.
Shut your damn mouth.
Shut your damn mouth.
Yes.
You understand? That's another one that has been bequeathed. So, the Jamaican people by him.
Well.
But this Attorney General has got his knickers in a twist.
Uh-huh.
It is in a twist. He is clearly unclear as to which position and when he is acting on behalf of the people.
Was it he who said shut your damn mouth?
No, it was,
yes, that was the
National Solid Waste.
Yes.
Man, you know, on Nabalco.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. But I don't understand why he gets on and start with this amount of stupidity.
Well,
you understand? And you never know when he's speaking on behalf of the government or he's speaking, as far as he speaks on behalf of his party. Nothing to do with me, absolutely nothing.
Uh-huh.
I can go back to the whole thing when he's on, lock off my radio.
Uh-huh.
But when
he was campaigning, so he wasn't speaking as Attorney General.
He wasn't speaking as Attorney General. Oh, well, we've got to separate that. We've got to have
One expects, however, that
yes,
whoever is Attorney General or
right,
Chief Justice or whatever will, or Prime Minister,
conduct themselves in
a way that
when
is
you're
appropriate.
doing your public, your
yeah,
political thing, man. But I remember him, you know. I remember him with the traffic guru thing. When he jumped up and said, as far as concerned, argument done. Argument finished. Him don't want to hear no more about the matter. And then afterward he says, if he knew then what he know now,
he would have kept his damn mouth shut.
He would have kept his mouth shut. And up till now, that traffic guru thing is not cleared up.
Well, what seems to me to be the questions that need to be asked, to be answered, are not even being asked.
You better believe it.
Right?
Yes. Then
because
heard
the assumption seems to be that this was the first and only such payment made by Trafigura to the party. Is that correct? And where did that money come from?
Where did that money come from?
Was it from out of the pocket of Trafigura? Or was it from the concession that the Nigerian government was giving to Jamaica on the purchase of oil?
What I can tell them, there's another African country that has found oil.
Ghana.
Ghana, yes. So they better have a word to John Kufuor, the Prime Minister, and see if them can get a little diddle out of it.
I don't think that the Ghanaians are going to be going for that. So.
They're having a right little diddle now and fooling up the people of Jamaica.
Yes, indeed.
You understand? And I heard a caller at well-known Monrovian this morning ask about the money that we have been raking off, the telephone call.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
And we don't know where that money has gone to.
Absolutely.
You understand? And we have not heard who is getting the Goodyear's property to buy. Why? What happened there?
Yes.
I heard it on the radio and on the club. I heard it on the club. And he says he'll be taking it to Parliament. It hasn't reached Parliament yet. And that was
nor have we been hearing any answers to the questions raised by the Auditor General and the Contractor General.
None. Those two admirable men, those two men, the Contractor General, Greg Christie, and Mr. Adrian Strawn, the Auditor General, they are the thin line between the public and us and the descent to the bottom, you know.
Yeah.
And we're descending rapidly to the bottom, and they're standing up for principle.
Well, I hear the Contractor General trying to get legislation.
Yes.
In relation to the granting of contracts to the members of the families of parliamentarians.
Parliamentarians. And all the letters have been sent out. As somebody said, it's been put into file 13.
Yes.
Nothing, no answer, nothing. Well, Parliament has become a charade. It has become a laughing stock. Why? Anyway, I sincerely hope people listen and learn. You know, Omar says, the finance minister says, anything you want to hide from a Jamaican, put it in a book, because them don't read.
Yes.
They don't read. And those that don't read well, he said they don't read none at all. And apparently, what has gone on in the finance, in the Ministry of Finance, has been hidden in a book. You never expect the Auditor General to read it. Well, he has not only read it, but he has pinpointed some of the carrying on in there. Okay. Yes, Mr. P. Well, I hear one this morning come to me away from up in Newcastle upon Tyne, Chesterley Street and the West Indies Cricket Board. If you hear that one, you never stop laughing.
Oh?
You never stop laughing. And the chief architect was Mr. Cozier. Mr. Cozier was talking about the state of the West Indies Cricket, because we got a beating already, you know.
Yes, I know.
Match over a long time. But he was talking about the descent to the bottom of the West Indies cricket team. And he mentioned your schoolmate on a three-man committee. And Jeffrey Boycott said, oh, oh yes, the Jamaican Prime Minister, I met him, he's a lovely fellow.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, Jeffrey Boycott said he's a lovely fellow. He nearly bust up my radio.
A lovely fellow.
He's a lovely fellow. This lovely fellow was down in Hanover last week.
Yes.
Batting for another lovely fellow. That other lovely fellow was down Maxfield Avenue when the German Automotive School opened.
Oh, yes.
And he says the place is so clean, it looks like a hospital, man. Let us desanitize the place. Mr. P, thanks for listening to me.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Good.
Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Good afternoon to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. First time on your show.
Happy to have you.
Okay. I'm having a problem here in Spanish Town, the Golden Acres area.
At where?
Golden Acres in Spanish Town.
Golden Acres?
Yes. When it's such this time of the year, we don't have any water, like for a month straight, and no one informs us. And they don't send around trucks. I mean, water have been gone from Thursday, and yesterday was the first they sent around a water truck. And they sent it like in the day when no one is at home. And that water truck is charging persons to fill up the tank. And they're not supposed to, because we have to pay water bill. And when the rapid comes around here, we get better service more than the normal water trucks.
Yes.
Also, the road is very bad. Very, very bad around here. Taxis don't want to carry us around here in the evenings. I mean, it is very bad. You have elderly people living around here. We need something to be done. And we need something to be done around here with the roads and the water. We can't take it anymore around here. We need someone, some representative or something.
Oh, but I should have thought that with an election coming up, they wouldn't have been wanting things like these to be happening too.
That is true, but I mean, nothing is happening around here. They went to Fairview and started to fix the road, but no one seems to come around here to do anything. Nothing at all. And I mean, we have to do something about it, even blocking the main road to the north coast.
But I don't know that is going to be helping.
Well, I mean, we can try something, because, I mean, blocking the main road, no one can go about the usual daily routine. No one can go Angels,
yes.
North Coast.
Yes, but what you'll be doing, the people who you'll be blocking are not the people who are preventing you getting water.
That is true. But we need some justice around here. I don't know.
No, we need to concentrate. We need to concentrate on where the problem is.
Yes.
Right? And not just take any action that sort of occurs to us.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I don't know if you can help us by calling someone. I don't know.
Look here, that doesn't help.
That don't help us.
Right?
Yes.
That doesn't help. What has happened is that the country is in a state where, look, things like these, you should be able to take for granted.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
We're today, we're in the 21st century. Right?
Yes.
There should not be anybody in Jamaica, any community in Jamaica, that doesn't have a regular water supply.
Yes. I mean,
right?
This is a residential area. We shouldn't be. This is a residential area.
Yes.
We shouldn't. And every summer, for 1 month or more, the water goes.
But let me ask you something.
Yes.
You think that there is one member of the government
yes.
who, when he wakes up in the morning
yes.
and goes to the bathroom and turns on the pipe, doesn't find water coming through it?
No.
You think that there is one member of the government or his family
yes.
who, if that person gets ill,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Will have to go to the Kingston Public Hospital to have cockroaches crawling all over him?
No.
Or her?
No.
So what is it that is happening in Jamaica? It seems to be that there's a fundamental problem. They take better care of themselves
more
than they take of the people who elected them.
That's true.
To govern.
That's true.
Am I right?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, well, that is where the problem lies.
And there are a lot of elderly people living around here.
Hold on a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
I want to be an election day worker.
I worked in the last general elections, and I'm proud to be a part of the democracy. I felt quite safe, and the process is thorough and fair.
The EOJ needs 3,000 additional workers for Election Day. We're seeking persons with at least 1 year tertiary education living in the Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine areas. We're making a special appeal to teachers and civil servants to join our team. Pick up an application form at shop number 21, 44 Pines Plaza, EOJ, 43 Duke Street, the Election Center, 9th floor, Towers, New Kingston, or call 922-9015 for details. Do it for democracy. Do it for Jamaica.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health centre by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The Programme of Advancement through Health and Education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish. So, who is the lucky bride?
Lucky who? I just pick up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign? No! Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, Shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about you.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on land. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
As I was saying, there are a lot of elderly persons around here.
Uh-huh.
And when the taxis don't want to come around here, you have to walk, and it's not safe because you have to be looking around to see if anyone is coming to,
Yes.
you know. I don't know if you heard about the incident with the little girl that bit off the attacker's tongue.
That what?
Bit off the attacker's tongue. It was in the paper. This little
Bit
girl,
off his what?
his tongue, because he wanted to rape her.
Oh, is that
the
so?
paper, yes. And they found his body. They killed him. It was in
They found it, so he died?
Yeah, like maybe someone killed him. Due to what he did, but it was in the area. And if the road was good, maybe the girl wouldn't have to stand a chance walking. Should be dropped at her gate.
Yes.
So, something needs to be done, and I hope they're listening. You know.
But let me ask you something.
Yes.
Suppose you employed a housemaid.
Yes.
To clean your house, and
Yes.
and she left the house in a mess. You're paying her to do it.
Yes.
And the house is in a mess, more and more of a mess.
Yes.
What would you do?
If you said I pay her, I'd fire her.
Beg your pardon?
I'd fire her.
You'd fire her?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well.
She's not doing anything.
Huh?
She's not doing anything, right?
Uh-huh.
She's not doing anything, so I'd fire her.
Well, and maybe she could be doing worse. Maybe you could be finding that things are missing and can't be accounted for, and
right.
all that kind of thing.
Right.
You get rid of her?
Yes.
I see.
Right, that's why they need to do something, the member.
So hold on a little bit.
Yes.
So you think that this should apply only to housemaids?
No, everyone.
Oh.
Once you're not doing something, you should get fired. Once you're not doing something, you should get fired.
Once you're not performing the job
yes.
that you're there to perform.
Right.
I see.
Even the ghetto, below here, road is better. The stretch is better than around here.
Yes.
That's not right. We're all persons.
Well, I hold on a little bit. The problem is not that the ghetto is better off.
Yes.
The problem is that you are worse off.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Comparing the road,
yes.
with around here.
Yes.
And
well, we need to hold people
yes.
to their commitments, no?
Yes. And you know, anytime it's election, they run and come around here. I mean, that's
but
not
of course.
good. That's not good.
But what we need, I mean, government will never be better in Jamaica.
Yes.
Until the people, look here, it is the people who are sovereign, or should be, right?
Yes.
And if the people are prepared to take rubbish, then the government will shovel rubbish into their mouths.
That is true.
Right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Any day the people get up and say, look here, this is damn nonsense, we're not putting... You remember what happened with that gas price demonstration?
Yes, right.
You remember how Mr. Patterson went into Parliament and what he said?
Yes.
Eh?
Not quite, I'm not sure.
Well, he said something to the effect that the people of the new Jamaican, there was a new Jamaican, right, who wasn't putting up with nonsense, right, and that they had to be respected. That thing needs to be looked up, you know. Somebody should look it up on plate.
That's true.
I'm sure I have it at home, but it's to find it.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
The people, there was a new Jamaican who had to be respected. Right?
Yes.
And if anything that the Jamaican people want, if they are prepared to stand up, and provided anything reasonably, you know?
Yes, that's true.
If they are prepared to stand up for it, they will get it.
Yeah, they will get it.
But if they take nonsense, well,
nonsense.
they will give them more and more nonsense every day.
That is true.
Right?
Yes. But you know, it's just sad to know that you're going to, disconnect the water and you don't inform no one to say, well, you know, you just find yourself no water. That's not nice. And I think that...
We were talking about the water. That was the public service company. And I thought they said that the problems that had caused such a loss of electricity yesterday had been solved, and that there wouldn't be any more of it today. Hello. We lost all our callers. Hello? Nobody? Hello? What's happening? I hear noises. Well. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Good listener for your program, first time calling.
I beg your pardon?
I'm a daily listener of your program.
Oh.
First time calling.
I'm glad to have you.
Okay, I'm calling about our dear female Prime Minister.
I'm not hearing you very well. Speak up.
I'm calling. First time calling.
I'm glad to have you.
Okay, I'm calling about our dear female Prime Minister.
I'm not hearing you very well. Speak up.
I'm calling about our dear female Prime Minister.
Oh, your dear female Prime Minister.
Yeah. First, I must say I have a 15-year-old daughter who attends a prominent high school. And after listening to the news the other night, she came to me and she said, Mommy.
It seems a waste of money.
No, she came to me, and my 15-year-old daughter came to me and said, Mommy, you can vote at any age. So I said, why? She said, I could not vote for Portia Simpson. How could I emulate her? And this thing, it rings a bell daily to my ears.
Your 15-year-old daughter told you that?
Daughter said that to me. My 15-year-old daughter said that to me.
That she could not vote for Portia Simpson?
Minister. That she cannot emulate our Prime Minister.
Oh, she couldn't emulate her?
She could not emulate
You mean she saw her performing on the...
On the news, we were watching the news. and she came to me.
Well, I am glad to hear that of your 15-year-old daughter.
Against her, she said, Mommy, how can people vote for Portia seems to be behaving like that?
Uh-huh. She wouldn't want to behave like that.
Yeah. It becomes a daily thing whenever we are listening to the news and when she comes on. Mommy, turn off the radio, no?
Oh, my
Or
gosh.
turn off the TV, no? Her voice becomes so disgusting and annoying.
Oh, hell.
And then it comes on now to our latest MP for St. Anne.
Uh-huh.
To me, Lisa Anna is seeking a place.
Lisa Anna is what?
She's seeking a place. But I don't believe this is a place for her.
Uh-huh.
I was listening to her last night. She doesn't have anything to put across to the nation. Our Prime Minister don't have anything to put across to us either. To say what good they have for our country. She's just crying about the media. She's crying about the green clothes. I mean, Mr. Perkins, I guess she should be listening to your program now and see how disgusted we are with our carrier. We need somebody to lead us, somebody with dignity,
Yes.
somebody who can give us hope
Yes.
for our country
Yes.
and for our young ones.
Uh-huh.
As a woman of myself, I'm not happy. My 15-year-old daughter cannot use my Prime Minister as a role model.
Yes. Well,
I hope that
well, your 15-year-old daughter seems to be a young lady that has set herself rather higher standards than she sees being displayed.
than our dear beloved Prime Minister that God sent from above.
Mm.
But what we all need to know and understand, God says that if we do not seek Him and turn from our wicked ways, He will give us a wickeder ruler. So tell Sister B that if she is a wickeder ruler that God has designed for us, then
I don't know. Does she exhibit signs of wickedness, Mom? I don't see that.
to you,
Eh?
to you, she don't.
Yes. I don't see any real any sign of wickedness coming from her.
How can our Prime Minister, a woman of the poor, from the poor, and not one day she can come on the radio and say something on the news, say something that we can feel uplifted or feel like...
Yes, because she has nothing to say along those lines.
Exactly.
But that is not a sign of wickedness.
But, Mr. Perkins, that will be a sign of wickedness. When the squeeze take us a little harder next year, 5 more years, of not knowing what to eat, what our job will be like, what our light bill will be like. We pay the light bill this month, we cannot pay the rent. You pay the rent this month, you can't pay the lights, you can't pay the water. Is that hope for our country?
Yes, well.
Is that hope for our country? Is that hope for our children? The 300 or the 400 children that will be going to a school that don't exist? Is that hope for us?
Well, I don't know.
Is that what the barrel of the poor is for?
The fact of the matter is that there is still a little time, you know? Not quite 3 months.
Is it you're building a 1-bedroom house, Mr. Perkins? Or you're talking about a school?
Yes.
I was watching All Angles the other night to see the great representative from the ministry saying that he can assure us that the school will be up and ready. Is it that he's going to put up one of the houses that we know occupy, that they build the sides on the truck and the trailer and bring it and just put it down?
Well, I tell you something. Each one of I suppose about 100 children that will be going to each one of these non-existent schools.
Yeah.
Have been assigned to each one of the non-existent schools.
Yeah.
Well, all they have to do is build, a couple of classrooms? I don't know. Hold on just a moment.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
Paul, you know how me always tell you about the super value specials at Wendy's?
Yes,
well, now them
Oliver.
have 4 different meals, see only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, the 5-piece chicken nuggets, and now the new crispy chicken sandwich, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious, and each only $195.
Good value.
And the best value in town. Wendy's, same high quality and variety at a low, low price.
The super value specials, $1.95 at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's?
I got that feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Digicel give me real value. $8 Digicel to Digicel rate.
3 digital points to buy a new phone when I add credit.
Or when I pay my bill.
Digicel is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal, them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
How do I make my marriage work? Child rearing. What's right? What's wrong? What about sharing financial responsibilities? Come find the solutions to these and other challenges at the 21st VMBS Marriage and the Family Series, June 29, 30, and July 1 at 5:30 p.m. daily at Emancipation Park. Come see live entertainment, exhibitions, and one lucky couple will renew their wedding vows. The VMBS Marriage and the Family Series 2007. See the press for details. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, as we were talking about the school.
Uh-huh.
So what's the hope for the
Well, I don't know. I mean, they all they have to do is build a few classrooms and a couple of classrooms, perhaps, and well, maybe more than 2, but and a couple of offices, and they don't have to complete the whole school. The building could be going on while some classes are being held, I suppose.
Okay, that's for the school.
Huh?
That's for the school. What's the hope for our country from our Prime Minister?
What is the hope for the country from the Prime Minister? I don't know. You don't hear her saying anything that offers hope?
No, I don't. And I try to listen to the news. I try to watch all the clippings. She's calling about the media taking 2 minutes with her and 7 minutes with the opposition.
Uh-huh.
Now I guess the media is giving her the 7 and the opposition the 2. And we are still not hearing anything. Because I thought she had something to say that the media was hiding.
Uh-huh.
Still not hearing anything. We just, like when you're at home and you're quarreling about who get the bigger piece of meat in the plate.
Yes.
That's how our Prime Minister is behaving.
Quarreling about what? Who gets
which one of us get the bigger piece of meat?
Oh, is that so?
Or extra finger of banana or extra
I see
dumpling. That's how our Prime Minister is behaving.
Uh-huh.
The media, she's childish. And one word I'd like to leave with the women. We, the women of Jamaica, we need to check ourselves. Sister P is a woman like ourselves. Yes, we do agree. Check ourselves before we allow Sister P to wreck ourselves. We have children. We have hopes for them.
Uh-huh.
We would like to see them become the next female Prime Minister for Jamaica.
Uh-huh.
Sister P,
what are you saying? That you would like to see better examples set for them than she's setting?
Better examples set for them. So we cannot use Sister P. That my grandchild will say to me later, "Oh, can I emulate your Prime Minister?" At 15, my daughter cannot emulate my Prime Minister. I want my grandchildren to do. And one word with the female of Jamaica. Let us check ourselves. We cannot allow Sister P to wreck ourselves. Stop talking about we are socialists or we are this. We are voting for our country, the betterment for our children and for our future life. Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
Okay, Mom. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Correct. Mr. Perkins?
Perkins, sir.
This
You must have respect for Mr. Thwaites.
First time on your program, sir.
Happy to have you, sir.
I'd like to discuss. I would like to discuss a point that I've been listening to from your other callers about the non-performance of the Jamaica Labour Party.
About the what? About the what? Hello, sir. What are you listening to? The radio?
Non-performance of the Jamaica Labour Party. Non-performance.
Yes, all right. The Jamaica Labour Party is a non-performer.
Yes,
are you listening to me or to the radio, sir?
No, to you, sir.
Well, why don't you? Why don't you say what you have to say?
I heard you say some time ago that Norman Bustamante told Norman Manley that he's a great
what in heaven's name is going on?
It seems that the phone is giving echoes.
Look, sir, I am hearing you. When you speak, would you go ahead and say what you have to say?
All right. I heard you tell us some time ago that Bustamante said that Norman Manley was a brilliant person, but a very dumb politician.
A brilliant barrister.
Yes.
But not a politician.
But not a politician.
Yes.
I can say that of the Jamaica Labour Party now, that they have so much ammunition to fuel their campaign, yet they seem not to be using them.
Oh? Why do you say that?
For instance, if the Jamaica Labour Party run a 30-second bite television campaign, of a campaign, Cockmouth Kill Cock campaign.
Yes.
And use the PMP nomination party utterance of Maxine Henry and KD Knight and the Prime Minister's response to Trafalgar incident.
Yes.
And both television and radio daily. Bring those points to the people on a constant basis. I have no doubt that the 400,000 independents, voter of Jamaica, will side with the GLP and bring them to victory.
Is that so? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. That's your opinion?
Well, I will hope that the campaign manager of the Jamaica Labour Party start to do some work.
I see.
Thank you, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. Hello? 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 Man, we're having some problems on these lines. I don't know. Hello?
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you. How are you?
I'm a first-time caller, long-time listener.
Happy to have you.
Good. I am calling, what happened to investigate...
Would you keep your voice up for me and speak directly into the phone?
Yeah. And I was asking, with all the scandals and corruption that goes on, what happened to investigative journalism?
Investigative journalism?
Yes. Is are the journalists out there really probing these corruptions and bringing them to the forefront? Because it seems like the corruption, they'll get highlighted for a week and then they just disappear from the forefront. And,
yes, I think that there is a lot more that could be done in that direction.
Let me give you, I recently visited Jamaica, and I grew up in a garrison community.
Oh?
And I visited the community, and, I used to talk of guys that I grew up with. I'm in my 40s, and I left Jamaica over 20 years ago.
Yes.
And I went back, and it's a PNP stronghold. And, I saw a couple of the people that I grew up with, and I was talking to a couple of the guys on the corner.
Uh-huh.
And everybody said, nothing now, go on. The typical complaints you see in the inner city communities.
Yes.
And I said to one of the guys, what are you guys doing about it in terms of the government? And I brought up, there was about 7 guys. And out of the 7 guys, there was about 2 younger guys. They were teenagers.
Uh-huh.
And I was bringing up some of the irregularities with the government. And I said to the guys, what do you guys think about traffic guru? And Mr. Perkins, out of the 7 guys, only 2 of them knew what it was.
Oh?
And one of the guys said to me, what that? Or what you talk about? I'm going to say, traffic guru, the corruption with the government and everything. So, he became very defensive and he said, boy, he said my name, like, he said, boy, Paul, if you never know you, me that takes you a labor right. The way you talk. And I said, what do you mean by that? I said, what if I was a labor right? Mr. Perkins, you know what he said to me?
What?
He said, you can't be labor right. Now, don't you say you're born and grow up.
Uh-huh.
It's like mentality that the people have in these garrisons. It's like, Mr. Perkins, I'm not a big conspiracy person. I don't believe in conspiracy.
Yes.
But I believe the government, the education system, when you look at the education system, it is so abysmal that these people are the people that are, they're so involved in politics, but they're not objective with their analysis and how they go about thinking about things.
Uh-huh.
And it's so sad. It is really, really sad.
Really very sad. Yes.
It is very, very sad, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
You spoke to that lady yesterday. A lady, I think she called you from New Jersey.
Uh-huh.
And
yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah, she was on the phone for a while talking about how the making excuses basically. And it's funny. It was so frustrating listening to her because I had a same experience with someone here recently.
Uh-huh.
Who I call people like that. I said their head is in the trough.
Yes.
I call them the trough people because there's nothing that the government does that can be wrong. There's nothing that goes on in Jamaica that can be wrong.
Yes.
And what I mean by that is, you'll say, look at crime, for example. I was looking at some statistics recently, and it is alarming, Mr. Perkins. When you look at, I was looking at some FBI crime stats, and like the city of New York has over 8 million people. Los Angeles has over 3 million people, and Chicago has over 2 million people. A combined total of about 14 million people.
Uh-huh.
These are large cities. And the total murders that occurred in this city last year was 1,500.
Was how many?
Total.
How many?
1,500.
How many?
1,533.
That's the total in all 3.
All 3 cities, right?
Hold on a moment for me.
Get maximum returns with the COK Wealth Maximizer long-term savings account. It pays excellent returns tax-free. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is?
1:30.
I wonder who is calling me now, man. Should I answer it? Yes.
Yo.
Sure.
Want to know who's calling you? Get caller ID on your home phone. Caller ID allows you to identify the incoming call before you answer, so you can greet callers by name.
Yeah, Debs. How I know it's you? I see 4 numbers. Just kidding. I just got caller ID on my home phone.
For this and other great home phone features, call 1-888-CALL-CWJ. Conditions apply. Home phone, the cheapest way to call.
The Jamaica Wood Products and Furniture Association presents a forum on new market opportunities for the Jamaican furniture industries at the Old Oakton House behind York Plaza Halfway Tree on Sunday, June 24 at 1 p.m. Don't miss out on this high-level discussion. Be there.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
As I was saying, these three major metropolitan areas, L.A., New York, Chicago,
had about the same number of murders that we had in Jamaica, with a population of 2.7 million.
Correct. And then...
And they have a total of nearly 14 million, no?
14.8 million people.
14.8 million.
Yes.
15 million.
14.8.
Uh-huh.
And Jamaica was almost there in terms of like murders.
Yes.
A population of, 2.75 million.
2.7 million. Yes, somewhere there.
Yes. And, when you talk to people and, they say, oh, you're bad mouth Jamaica and you're doing this and you're doing that. But it's not a matter. People don't realize that we're not bad mouth in Jamaica. We're just saying that when you come to, people will say, well, crime they are so.
So people don't understand the value of truth. They think that truth is what serves the interests of their party. Right?
Exactly.
And they don't recognize that you cannot solve problems if you refuse to face up to the truth about them.
You are absolutely correct.
Yes.
You are absolutely correct. And that just frustrated me yesterday because, she was saying, you mentioned the schools in Jamaica, how bad the schools were, and the failure, I think they said 30% of the kids that are leaving school are functionally illiterate. They can't, and a lot of them are leaving. Let me give you an example. I'm actively involved in my school. I went to a secondary school in Jamaica when I was in Jamaica. And I went back. I go to the school and I visit quite frequently. I'm actively involved in the school. And last year, I went to the school. That school it's a two-shift school. They have over, I would say, 2,500 kids on both shifts. And Mr. Perkins, I was in Jamaica last year during CXC, and I was by this school. And I walked with the principal to a CXC sit-in. And when I went to the auditorium where the CXC sit-in was, and I inquired what subject was that sit-in for, and she said English. And Mr. Perkins, I was just shocked and dismayed. The amount of students in a population of 2,000 kids, there was less than 100 kids in that classroom taking the CXC exam. And, that was English. I don't even know what maths would be like.
Yes.
Maths is probably even more difficult because I sponsor a kid at the school and she just completed doing her maths exam, CXC exam. And when I asked her how it was, she said it was very difficult. She did her best. And I inquired even further. I said, how many kids took maths? And she said, sir, not a lot of kids took maths this year. But that is just a reflection on how bad the school system is in terms of the kids that are leaving school.
Yes.
Who are taking exams.
Yes.
And people don't realize that they try to defend it like that lady yesterday. says kids here leave school and they can't read, or kids here leave school and they can't do this, or there's crime here. And I had the same argument with someone who always try to justify why things are the way they are.
Yes.
It's an excuse. It's just an excuse.
Yes.
And Mr. Perkins, you often bring up Singapore as a model.
Yes.
Of, we have reverted and Singapore have advanced.
Yes.
And, Singapore they said they have a remarkable open and corruption-free business economy, and that's why it's the way it is. It is the way it is.
Absolutely, sir. And we are at the other end of that scale.
We are on the other end of it.
Yes.
We are quite on the other end of it. And, it's remarkable, Mr. Perkins. I listen to you, and people might say you repeat yourself, but you're just highlighting things that it's so in our face. It's like, and when I hear these polls, and I wonder, I say to myself, how is it that the government that has been in power for so long have not done anything in terms of, like, the country has reverted, in my opinion, because I come to Jamaica quite often. My dad just moved back. And I said to myself, when I look at the infrastructure, it's just, it's deplorable. I go downtown, and I used to remember going downtown with my grandmother and my mom. And when you go downtown and you just look at, things are just, people might say, well, things good and things bad, but things have deteriorated in Jamaica.
Oh, yes.
Jamaica is
quite considerably.
It's a beautiful place. I would come back, but not now. But, there's a lot of people who have retired who would love to come back to Jamaica to live out their lives, but because of the crime. Let me tell you a story about an incident that happened here. I live in Atlanta.
Yes.
About, this is in a suburban outside of Atlanta called Duluth with the police. There was a lady that was apparently, she was either intoxicated, but she had pulled over to the side of the road. The side of the street. A police car saw the vehicle on the shoulder of the road. The police pulled up behind the car. Most of the police cars here have cameras. Once they activate their emergency sirens, the camera comes on. The police walked up to the lady in the car. He asked her if she was okay, whatever. Apparently, he smelled alcohol on her breath in the process of conversing with her. He told the lady to get out of the vehicle. She refused to get out of the vehicle. And in the process of her refusal to get out of the vehicle, he pretty much used excessive force in yanking the lady out of the vehicle. And on top of charging her with DUI, he charged her with resisting arrest, obstructing justice, and some other charges. Anyway, the prosecutor, in the process of investigating it, went back to the videotape of the officer during his commission of his duties. They realized that this police officer used excessive force on this woman that he arrested, and in doing so, he ended up losing his job. He got fired from his job.
Oh, he did.
Plus, yes, he did. Plus, they're contemplating if they should charge him excessive use, prosecute him criminally for what he did.
Yes, well, I don't think that would have happened in Jamaica.
Absolutely. People realize, when you look at crime, Mr. Perkins, crime is such a big problem in Jamaica. And, I grew, as I told you, and this is something that I saw with my own eyes. I remember when I grew up down Maxwell Avenue, and I remember there was a gentleman in the neighborhood, they call him Package Man. And I always wonder why.
Call him what? Package Man?
Package, like a package.
A what?
Like a UPS package.
I see, yes.
I used to see, all these, cops used to come up the lane, come, as I'm saying, check him. Come check Package Man. prominent police officers when I was growing up in the 70s, and I left there right after the 1980 election. And, you know, it is amazing that some of these cops are now, you know, high-ranking police officers.
Yes.
In the police department. And I'm saying to myself, you know, these are high-ranking police officers, senior superintendents. As a matter of fact, one is an assistant commissioner of police. And, you know, you wonder why the police cannot afford to manage crime or to get crime under control, or why you have young constables who are pulling people over and trying to bribe them or solicit money out of them. Because the people at the top of the food chain were they themselves at one time doing the same thing. So it's like, to them it's a conflict of interest. You know, I do a little hustling when they did our constable, so the young constable then doing it. So the constables, they do it because they know that their superiors in some way will sanction it. And I'm not casting a blanket statement on the JCF. I'm just saying that you still have police officers at the officer rank who still will sanction these officers to do these things and get away with it. So, you know, when you have corruption within a law enforcement body, it's hard to fight crime, because then nobody trusts the police, because the police, you know, they themselves are corrupt. So that's why you have the crime problem just continues to go.
All right, so thank you very much. Nice hearing from you.
You're doing a remarkable job, so continue to do it. And, you know, we have to, you know, people like you, people might say, as you say, you're a pies motor, you're a bad motor, whatever they want to say. But I tell you what, sir, you are highlighting some of the more critical issues that Jamaica have, and you need to continue to do that.
All right, so I'll have a shot at it. Thank you very much.
All right, take care, sir.
All the best to you. Okay, do we go to the break? Okay, hello?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. We in Jamaica, we are accustomed to having Santa at Christmas.
Having what?
Santa Claus.
Oh.
But we are Santa and they lose for 1 year now. You hear about the Santa from West Central St. Andrew?
West Central St. Andrew? No, what about that Santa?
Mr. Patrick Roberts.
Oh?
The man running against Mr. Andrew Wilness.
I see, yes.
Him send the most children to school.
Is that so?
Give out the most vouchers. But I don't know what kind of vouchers. Him say I give out the most groceries.
Oh?
I give out the most bun and cheese. I give out the most wheelchairs. And I come in like Santa Claus come to town. And him say what he has done in 1 year, when he multiply it by 5, him do more than what Mr. Wilness do in 10 years.
Look here, sir. That let me tell you something. That is asinine.
I believe so, you know.
What we need in this country, sir, is not handouts like that.
But you live for
what
the
we
people
need
by
is
your bootstrap through good economic management and creation of job opportunities.
Thank you very much. To create an economy in which people can do things like that for themselves. Okay?
Of course.
Can provide for their needs. Right?
Yeah.
You know, Karl Marx said that how men organize to produce the means of their subsistence constitutes the fundamental relations of society. And I think he was very right.
Of course.
Yeah.
But Mr. Wilness, Mr. Roberts finished it off and said...
It's not how you organize to beg or borrow the means of your subsistence, but how you organize to produce it. That is what structures the society.
Yeah,
right?
Not creating the dependency syndrome.
Yes.
Where you have a lot of mendicants and beggars. That is what Mr. Davis and the PNP's economic policy have brought about in Jamaica. So now we finishes and said the only thing left now is that the parents ask for bus fare to go to hospital to get the free health care that the government bring about.
Yes.
That was what he was on the TV with last night. So you see how the game is being played in order to get the people to follow them on this trick to the fifth term.
Yes.
Next thing now, I hear the Prime Minister over at Brownstown the other night saying that she have them under manners. And nothing beat mouth on the ground. But in the 70s where we hear about we have them under manners, that was referring to the state of emergency that you lock up people and...
was it really?
Trumped up charges. Yeah, man, that was a part of it. And then said...
Hold on a moment for me.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:46.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't make them stop you from do it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be Stewart's.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All teamed with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, tuned to the experts. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. At that time when we usually hear about have them under manners, we usually hear say, juke them with housing, juke them with Jamal, juke them with the Pioneer Corps, juke them with land lease, juke them with the microdam, and juke them with the impact program. But when I look under this government, what I see them juking them with the high cost of living, juking them with crime and violence, and juking them with corruption that runs unabated. That is what they are juking the people with and have them under manners.
I follow you.
So the Jamaican people better wake up to their senses. Because when the Prime Minister said nothing beat mouth on the ground, the labor right them better wake up from their slumber and get out here and run them out on the ground and on the airwave. Because remember when Colin Campbell did promise to bring about year war as a part of Team Portia, Peter Phillips did say that him not in no year war, no star war, and no ground war. So they are waging war upon the Jamaican people with propaganda left, right, and center, hoping to catch the gullible fools out there. So let some of the laborers sit down and say, we are praying, and then they will see what prevails.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello? Hello?
They will see what prevails. All right, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Hello?
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 Yes?
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon to you, Mom.
Yeah, well, look up on the affect me for the past 2 years and 3 months now, right?
What is that?
Apply for a birth certificate,
Okay.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah?
Applying for a birth certificate, like a RGD for 2 years and 3 months now, right?
2 years and 3 months.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And I went there 2 weeks ago, right?
Uh-huh.
And they told me that they're going to call me, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And when I went there, all the while it's the same thing they tell me. So I would like to know what can I do, because I have 2 kids. I have nobody give me anything for my 2 kids. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
And next year my daughter will be 12 years old going to high school, and he don't have a figure with his father. Yeah. And I did my birth certificate to go and get something that I can help my daughter to go to school.
Well, look here, Mom.
Yeah.
You listen to this program?
Every day.
You listen to other programs too? Don't you listen to other programs too?
Yes.
And don't you hear on all these programs
Yeah.
people complaining about the problems of getting birth certificates and other documents like that out of the RGD?
Yeah.
You don't think that the government agencies, you don't think that I mean, I can tell you that in the Prime Minister's office at Jamaica House, right?
Yeah.
There is a monitoring group
that
monitors these programs.
Because...
Right? I certainly have had calls from them on this program. Right? Now, don't you think that the government of Jamaica is aware of the problem existing at the RGD?
Yeah.
Don't you think that the government should be doing something about it?
Yes,
to make it easier for people like you to get birth certificates?
And how well she can't say she's not the poor. For what? What is doing?
Well, that is where we have to go now.
What next we left us to go and do? We need the birth certificate, we can go and, because I want to join the force, right?
But let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Why do you think we have a government in Jamaica or in any other country?
Well, Perkins, let me tell you, I'm sick.
Or any modern democratic country.
Yeah.
What do you think government exists for?
But Perkins, let me tell you, we Jamaica, we ever feel, because we are foolish.
What?
We're foolish.
Mm-hmm.
We are fool enough.
Mm-hmm.
Because imagine, she said she loved the poor, and yes, every day we suffer and suffer and suffer and suffer, because I'm currently suffering right now. I only have to put a rope on my neck. You understand? Because I don't have a figurative father. I don't have any father for my 2 kids.
No, don't put your 2 kids are going to be worse off if you put a rope around your neck.
Well, because I have nothing to live for, because I mean, my birth certificate go on with my life, and I'm suffering. I'm totally suffering.
Mm-hmm. But what you need is to have a government in Jamaica that is concerned to provide services to the Jamaican people, to protect their rights and to give them opportunity.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And those children of yours will be deprived of opportunity if they can't get their birth certificates to enter school.
No, the birth certificate is my one, you know.
Oh, it's your own?
Yes, my one.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because my mother told me that she told me that she never registered me.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yeah.
I was going to nursing school. I have to stop because I cannot get to going if you do anything. You understand? My life is blighted up to 2 years and 3 months now. I know we can't get you. What must I do?
Oh, my God.
What should I do? I ask the question. I cannot get the answer. What can I do? What must I do?
Well...
Because my little daughter, I know, I tell her she is so bright. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
My daughter say want to be a liar. She look up at me so bright.
Yeah.
You understand? And if I don't, because he know how to fall, and if I don't stand up, how can he be a liar?
Yes.
Because she have nobody to give me anything. And I need my best to go on with my life.
Hold on, you can't let her down.
No, I cannot. I will never, ever.
Okay. I'll tell you what to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you to leave your name, a telephone number.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You have the particulars about the receipt number?
Yeah, the receipt number, yeah.
Well, give us all of that.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And we'll see what we can do for you.
Okay, thank
All right?
you, sir. Yes,
okay.
sir. Yes.
Hold on just a moment.
Yes.
Okay, hello? Hello? You know, we have had so many calls about things like that on this program. It's difficult to believe that the government doesn't know that this is happening. Right? What have they done about it? Do they really care? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Perkins.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Okay, I really want to know if they sincerely really care.
Yes.
I really want to put a point across to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have a grandmother in the Spanish Town Hospital that have a broken hip.
Yes.
They transferred to public hospital yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
Kingston Public Hospital yesterday,
Yes.
to get a hip to pin.
Mm-hmm.
To get to our understanding, the machine is broken down over how much weeks now, and the cost to get that tool fixed is over 700,000, right?
Yes.
So she is 87. University doesn't have any bed. So if he doesn't have the money to pay the 300 and the 400,000 for a private institute, she's gonna be suffered.
Oh God.
And the Prime Minister, as what the girl say she care for the poor. And they have free accommodation for the kids them at hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So my 87-year-old mother who is suffering now at Spanish Town Hospital have to transfer back from Kingston Hospital back to Spanish Town Hospital. Gonna suffer.
Yes.
So what are we gonna do? One tool for a big hospital?
Look here, Mom. One has to ask the question whether when the Prime Minister says that she loves the poor,
She hate the poor.
she has anything more in mind than inducing the poor to love her and to vote for her.
That's a gimmick game.
Right.
That's a big gimmick game to get them to vote for her.
Well,
She says she's
I asked the question.
and she's a woman. I'm a woman, but for
Is
me,
there
I would
any-
not want her to represent me. God
Yes.
knows.
Is there any sign? Is there anything that the Prime Minister has done that creates the impression in your mind
No way.
that she loves the poor for the sake
no
of the
way.
poor? Eh?
No way.
Okay.
No way she can say she love the poor. She just look like a fool, jumping up in the air and kosher the bitch, but she's just a big gimmick. She need to go sit down. She's a big gimmick. She make women look cheap and fool. We appreciate her, yes, as a Jamaican, the first woman as a prime minister, but she make we be mocking stock. And she says she love the poor. She don't even love herself because she's a mocking stock, jumping up in the air like a guinea chick. All the money she wastes at building things, building that, she make women look dumb. And you have a lot of intelligent women out there who would help the country. She make women look dumb. I'm a woman. And I did really feel good for her, but she let us down. She let us all down. She does a gimmick, as they say, the best liar win. The best liar win.
Oh.
And I feel it, if you know, that my 87-year-old grandmother got to public and in pain, and she had this driven back to Spanish Town Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no assistance. Suppose we can't help her. This is the time. Is the fit of the fittest gonna survive?
Yes.
The fit of the fit is gonna survive. And if Jamaicans doesn't see that, we don't know what else for us to do with them. More than God just straw the rock and burn me all up to ashes. Because the fit of the fit is time now. And black people need to open their eyes.
All right, Mom.
And thanks a lot. I wish you could do something for public hospital because you have more poor people suffering.
Yes.
Thanks a lot for your time.
Okay, Mom.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, too. Okay. Time for another or break? We take the break. We come back shortly.
Hear this. Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower. Good Jamaican product, greater value. The time by Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower is
2 o'clock.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forest. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
And now, for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure system across the Central Caribbean. This afternoon will be partly cloudy. In our 3-day outlook, on Wednesday and Thursday afternoon, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms, and on Friday afternoon, look for isolated thunderstorms. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Thursday, June 21, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. in the following areas of St. Elizabeth. Sections of Watchwell, Newell, Claremont Park, Pedro Cross, Back Flagman, Treasure Beach, Great Bay, Fort Charles, and all roads leading off. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. Where the price is nice and you get advice. The choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Business Online is brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from Today's Money Limited. Welcome to the Business Online. According to Statistical Institute of Jamaica, Statin, the rate of inflation remained at 0.7% during May as it was in April 2007. The rate of inflation recorded for the first 5 months of 2007 was 2.3% relative to 1.7% in the corresponding period last year. For the 12-month period ending May 2007, the inflation rate stands at 6.4%. In response to the exceptionally high levels of Jamaican dollar liquidity in the market, the Bank of Jamaica is offering a special 2-year variable rate instrument to primary dealers and commercial banks. The instrument will be repaid in 2 equal parts on the 19th of June 2008 and 19th of June 2009. The initial coupon is for 11.80% per annum, following which interest payments will be calculated at 1.25% above the BOJ's 90-day rate applicable at the beginning of each quarterly interest period. The Bank of Jamaica is active in the foreign currency market today. The central bank issued a special Jamaican dollar variable rate bond to mop up excess liquidity. As a result, the Jamaican dollar gained 12 cents to close trading at an average of $68.46 Jamaican for each US dollar in the Cambio market. The money market was tight, with a 30-day dealer rate trading within the band of 11.85 and 11.90%, while the overnight market, the rate ranged between 10 and 11%. The stock market traded heavy volumes today, totaling 49.5 million units. Supreme Ventures accounted for 48.1 million units of that total, or 97% of the total volume traded. This was followed by Maybury Investments Limited and Scotia Group. Of the 27 stocks were traded, 8 advanced, 4 declined, and 15 traded firm. The main winners today were Hardware and Lumber up 9.5% to close at $15.50. Supreme Ventures up 6.3% to close at $3.51. And Capital and Credit Merchant Bank rose by 2.6% to close at $10 even. The day's main decliners were BNS preference share down 7.8% to close at $1.40. The Gleaner Company was down by 5.2% to close at $1.61, and Maybury Investments slipped by 3.2% to close at $2.40. All three stock market indices advanced today, with the main JC index gaining 125 points to close at 89,392.21 points. Our advisor comes to you today from Guardian Asset Management Jamaica Limited, where we look at retirement planning. Are you ready for the days when you stop earning a salary? You don't have to wait until you're 55 years old to start thinking about retirement. But how much do you really need to retire comfortably? A rule of thumb is that you need enough money invested to replace about 80% of your current income. Calculate your true living expenses today and what you project into the future, remembering to add in expenses that you may not be incurring now, such as extra medicine and additional help around the house. Take into consideration the future inflation and seek to grow your capital above the expected inflation rate. Your financial plan at Guardian Asset Management can help you to read the current macroeconomic variables and factor in the expected inflation rate at retirement. For further information, contact Guardian Asset Management at 946-3800 or email them at gam@ghl.com.jm. That was Business Online. If you need further information, call us at 927-7392 or 978-6262, or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com, or log on to our website for further business news at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson, wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
To me, wealth means free to make choices. Guardian Asset Management dedicates every day to a single purpose, seizing the right opportunities that give their clients the best returns so they can relax and watch their money grow. My entire portfolio is with Guardian Asset Management, and the returns are truly impressive. I'm free to choose whatever I want because I'm an investor who wants more, and that's what I get.
Guardian Asset Management
for investors who want more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
How are you?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm great.
Good.
Yes, I am amazed how our present Prime Minister is looking over poor people.
Is looking over poor people?
Out.
Huh?
Out. Looking out
Oh,
for poor people.
Uh-huh.
Because I have the opportunity to go to the National Housing Trust, otherwise known as the Michael Manley House, the other day to get a loan as a low-income earner. And I was amazed at the things they told me.
What?
No. After being qualified for a loan of $2.4 million, I couldn't access the loan.
Why?
Because they told me that they weren't building any more houses.
They are not building any more houses?
Right. That's what the NHD told me. So I want to know how these people come in and here boasting that they are building the most houses since they took over 18 years ago. How comes that?
They are not building any more houses?
Not building any more houses.
Why?
They told me that if I want a loan, I would have to get a house to buy somewhere else, and they will give me the loan. But the NHD is not building any more houses.
When you say not building any more houses, not building any more immediately, or not building any more?
They told me that they are not building anymore. They stopped building houses long time now. That's what they told me when I went there.
They stopped building houses long time now?
Building houses.
But haven't they been building recently?
I don't know. That's what they told me when I went there.
We must try and get somebody from the NHD to respond to this.
So I don't know what is going on.
I wonder if it's possible to do that now. We haven't got a lot of time. Only a bare 15 minutes or so. But it would be interesting to get somebody to respond to this. They told you that they're not building any more houses.
Right. And they stopped building houses long time now. That's what the lady told me when I went there. I'm calling her from Manchester.
So you'd have to get a house, find a house.
Yes. And there is no way you're going to get a house selling, let's say, in Manchester for $2.4 million.
Yes, yes.
So how can poor people access this loan? I don't think they're looking out for poor people. Even when she come the other day and put this $500,000 in NHD, I don't think it's going to benefit poor people. And the reason why I say this, Mr. Perkins, is this. Look at it. If you want a loan from NHD for, let's say, $2 million, you would have to find 1/10 of that. How many persons can come up with $200,000 as a low-income earner for legal documentation of the house?
Yes, yes.
What I think they should do, if they are willing to help poor people, instead of having us paying $2,000 and $3,000 for income tax, raise the NHD tax and lower the income tax, right? Raise it so that will cover the amount of money to cover legal documentation for your house.
But if you do that, so Dr. Davis is going to have difficulty meeting his commitments.
Dr. Davis?
Yes.
What are you saying to me?
Dr. Davis needs your money in order to, you know?
Well, Mr. Perkins, they say we should log on to progression. So where is it? They are the persons who said they put poor people first.
You know, Dr. Davis must go on the record books as one of the most distinguished finance ministers in history, I'm sure.
I wouldn't say... I
Yes,
wouldn't say one of the
more
most. I would say the most.
Eh?
I would say the most.
I don't know. I don't know if
I think he tops the list.
I don't know if there could be any finance minister anywhere else who has created so much debt with so little justification.
No, I need people to look in these things and understand what these people are doing. Pure more talk, and nothing is materializing. Nothing is there to say, yes, this is it. They come with some sweet talk and polish up the things and present it to the people, and people accept it. People need to start looking in these things, man.
All right, so we're going to try and get somebody from the Housing Trust to tell us about this, yeah?
Okay,
all right, thank you very much.
All right.
We take a break, we come back shortly.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
First time on your show.
Oh, Lord, we've had a lot of first-timers today.
Yes, but I've always listened consistently to your program.
Uh-huh.
I happen to be calling from overseas right now.
Yes. Where?
And
where overseas?
I'm in the U.S. right now, in Michigan. But I'm calling because it's been coming home more and more to me that it's important for us Jamaicans who are domiciled in other countries who have a strong interest in what is happening in our homeland.
Yes.
To be given an opportunity to participate in the electoral process.
Uh-huh.
I know this is something which has been discussed locally for a long time.
You're registered to vote here in Jamaica?
I am registered to vote, yes.
Uh-huh. So you're coming home to vote?
Well, I would love to vote. It may not be possible depending on the dates.
Yes.
But I'm sure I'm not alone in a civic-minded person who would want to have a say in what happens in our country in terms of political leadership.
Uh-huh.
Because not all of us who are here or happen to be abroad at any point in time intend to stay. There are many of us who, for whatever reasons, some persons may be working, some persons may be studying, as is my case. There may be persons who are working on behalf of the government. There may be persons who are on government-sponsored work programs, such as the farm work program or the hotel work program.
Yes.
And I believe that it is high time within the whole electoral reform process that's ongoing that these set of citizens be considered as well. So I just called to put this on the table and invite a discussion around it. Incidentally, I wrote to the electoral office through their website, making the suggestion a few weeks ago, but I don't know if they don't monitor their website.
That's what?
But I don't know if they don't monitor their email, but I haven't gotten a response from them.
Now, what are you suggesting? That people who are domiciled in Jamaica but happen to be abroad at the time on that they be allowed to vote, that they be facilitated?
There should be a way in which this is allowed. Amend the law somehow and put the necessary checks and balances in place to prevent fraud.
Well, boy, that seems to be a tall order.
I know it's a tall order, but it's possible. It's time we become possibility thinkers and not only look on the difficulties, but look at what we need to get the job done.
What about Jamaicans who live abroad?
My own opinion on that is that persons who have given up their citizenship, there is a part for them to play, but their involvement should be limited to the extent of voting. They could possibly be given some kind of representation on consultative committees, or I haven't thought about that part too thoroughly, but my initial reaction would be.
But we're not talking necessarily of persons who have formally surrendered their citizenship. But what about people who live, let us say, in the United States and work there and have a permanent visa, whatever, but are not citizens necessarily?
My initial reaction would be based on their intent. If their intent is more outward looking, then they should.
Well, how do you know what their intent is? How do you know what their intent is?
Well, if someone is motivated enough to seek permanent residence somewhere else,
yes,
then it means that they are turning their interests in terms of national allegiance away from their country.
I see.
And my initial reaction would be to limit their participation.
So what is your situation?
My situation right now is that I'm a student.
You're a student?
Yes, I will return to Jamaica in good time. I return to Jamaica frequently. I read the papers daily. I stay in touch. I make a contribution to the national discussion, to writing to the cleaner, and whatever the fora there is.
Yes.
And there are other persons like me I know who have an active interest in what's happening back home and would love to participate. And it's that set of citizens that I'm calling on the Electoral Commission to see how you can include them in the whole process as far as voting is concerned.
Yes.
All right, so that's my contribution today.
All right, sir.
Keep up doing what you're doing.
Thank you very much. All the best to you too. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Earl Samuels wishes to speak with Mr. Perkins. Earl Samuels wishes to speak with Mr. Perkins. And the matter just raised about the NHD.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, just hold for him.
We're happy to have him so quickly. But we're presenting, have a little difficulty here now.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
How are you?
Not too bad at all.
Good.
I'd just like to clear up some misinformation which was communicated to you a while ago.
Yes.
That NHT is not in the business of building any more houses. That's completely false.
Yes.
Which I'm sure you're aware.
Well, I was a little doubtful about it.
But I don't know, maybe the contributor who came in, we told him that no homes were available at this time. houses are under construction. And
Yes.
what he was told is that loans would be, funds are available for him to purchase a unit on the open market.
Yes.
Because as a contributor, he is eligible to access a loan from the housing trust.
Well, what if he chose to wait on the completion of houses being constructed at the moment?
Well, that is his right. The risk with that, though, Mr. Perkins, is that we, in the selection process, it is based on your income, the time period for which you have been contributing to the housing trust. And, you know, the housing trust units, so we have never been able to build enough houses to meet the demand.
Yes.
So what we do, we also provide development financing to private developers, and we make loan available for purchase of units on the open market.
Yes.
But that is our core business. So I can't see how
you could have given it up.
How we could have given it up.
Yes.
And that's the reason for NHT being in business. I just wanted to clear that up.
Okay. So about how many houses do you have under construction at the moment?
Well, we are at various stages. Some in the planning stage, and we are now constructing units at Waterworks in Westmoreland, at Morris Meadows in St. Catherine, and we have projects being designed in about 4 other parishes at this time.
So you have
we'll have about
you have 2 schemes going at the moment.
Over the next 3 years, we'll have in excess of 3,000 units.
3,000 units.
Yeah, in excess of 3,000 units.
But what you're actually constructing at the moment is what? Is how many?
Well, we are, in addition to those mentioned, we are doing for the sugar workers also the inner city units. I would say we have over 1,000 units being constructed now.
Yes. I see. All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Yes, glad to hear from you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, hello? Hello? Ouch.
Hello?
Hello, yes?
Yeah. Look, I just called to tell you, man, look, you're doing a wonderful job. And I've been listening to you for a while. And I just hope and pray that people like you may not get discouraged, even though it may feel as if you're a voice in the wilderness. You follow me?
Huh? Hello?
Are you hearing me?
Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yeah. Are you hearing me?
Barely. Will you speak
sorry
up?
about that, man.
Huh?
Yeah, like I was saying earlier on, I just called to tell you that you're doing a wonderful job.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well-
I've been listening to you for quite some time. And even though sometimes I disagree with your stand on certain issues.
That's inevitable, sir.
Hello?
That's inevitable. Nobody agrees with any other person 100% of the time. Hello? Yes, he has a difficulty on connection. Okay, can we take one more? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, sir.
Yes. I'm calling again about a problem with the RGD.
Yes.
Because I'm understanding that even though you go there and pay for a D-poll and you get the D-poll, when you take it to the passport office to get a passport, they're telling you that it needs to be stamped, and they're sending you to 111 Arbor Street to go and get it stamped.
By who? By what organization?
By the passport office.
Oh, it has to be stamped by the passport office.
No, it has to be stamped. They send you to... I'm at work now.
What is at the 111 Harbour Street?
They said they don't know the place, but that's the address they gave us to go on to get the passport. The D-poll stamp. Because they're saying that when you go to it's a photocopy. It's not legal. It has to be stamped.
But I should have thought that would have been done by the
passport by the
RGD.
That's what I said.
Uh-huh.
And they send us to 111 Harbour Street to get it stamped.
Oh, that's very odd.
Yeah, it's strange to me also.
So what the RGD is giving you is an incomplete document.
That's it. Because.
And how much did you pay for that?
1,800 express.
1,800 express.
Yes.
And how much you have to pay at the passport at the 111 Harbour Street?
Well, we are waiting now to find out how much it will be.
So they have given you a document at the RGD costing you $111. What is it? $1,800. That has no use to you?
No, because when you go to get your passport with it, they're telling you that it has to be stamped. And it's two of us, and there's another copy that we got from 2001.
Yes. Anyway, look here, we have to follow this up. But I'm out of time now, Sorry about that. That then brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back, we hope, tomorrow. Usual time, usual place. Look forward to your company. So long.
You've been listening to Perkins Online.